Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Just a couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. Other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on our YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. So I'll call the meeting to order, and I'll ask everyone to rise and join us in the singing of our national anthem.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let us now have a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Councillor Richardson, I believe you have the open session agenda.
I do, and through you, moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor McDonald, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 be adopted as circulated with the following amendments. Additions. Item 6.2, deputation by Doug Carroll regarding the rural zoning bylaw relating to items 11.2.1 and 14.2.2 on the agenda. Item 6.3, deputation by Barry Snyder regarding the rural zoning bylaw relating to items 11.2.1 and 14.2.2 on the agenda. Item 6.4, deputation of James Mallory regarding programming at the Frost campus of Fleming College relating to item 9.3.10 on the agenda. Item 6.5, deputation by Natalie Barker regarding programming at the Frost campus Fleming College relating to items 9.3.10 on the agenda. Item 7.2, correspondence from Brian Bartley regarding the rural zoning bylaw relating to items 11.2.1 and 14.2 on the agenda. Item 7.3, correspondence from Matthew Corey of Malone Given Parsons regarding the rural zoning bylaw relating to items 11.2.1 and 14.2.2 on the agenda. Item 14.1 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement between the Corporation of the City of Kawartha Lakes and His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Solicitor General for the Commissioner to assume policy and responsibility under Section 22.2.2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 SO 2019 C1 Schedule 1. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that passes. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, please advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. Notices and information by members of council. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, so many things going on. I've limited it to a few. Shivani Sabarinath is a grade 6 student at Pope John Paul, and her speech on world peace actually won a silver medal in Toronto. I've never, in all my years of teaching, I've never heard of somebody even going to provincial. It's a huge, big deal, and we got to hear her on her way. And yes, she won silver, so that's a Ward 5 resident, and she's obviously, she and her family are super proud. Another Ward 5 resident and heritage celebrity, Ian McKechnie. Saturday, he had well over 100 people in attendance for his book launch. His book is the co-authored Reflections on Old Victoria County. It was a tribute to R.B. Fleming, and it was a great afternoon. And you know, anybody who knows Ian knows how wonderful he is. And it was obvious by the attendance that I'm not alone, or we're not alone in knowing Ian. That's for sure. We put together a McChamber band. Chamber Executive Director Derry Giles thought it would be fun, being a musician, to put a little band together for McHappy Day. We saw you. The proceeds were very, very high in number that went to the Ronald McDonald House in Toronto, and we had a lot of fun contributing. Former EMS Chief Keith Kirkpatrick also followed us on the bandstand. There were a whole series of people helping out. It was great. Police Celebration Week last week was the final celebration, which I saw you at the Lindsay Market, and kids had fun crawling in and out of the cars and the ATVs and all the fun things, seeing the police officers in the friendly light that they should. I'd like to thank the engineering department for an excellent PIC. We had a public information session for construction on Colburn and Angeline and Kent and Angeline. It was excellent, really descriptive, and we get a lot of questions for what's happening, so it really reassures the public that things are really happening and really thought out. So that was great for me. And lastly, former Councillor Richardson, we were joking about how old I'm getting. I was teased. I can prove it. I spoke at LCVI for a civics class, and one of the teachers was Miss Wakelin, who I remember as little Leah Wakelin in Mr. Smeaton's production of Fiddler on the Roof. So I am getting old, and it's fun to see these kids growing up as teachers now, and the class was excellent. So I want to thank the school for having me.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a couple of announcements, and one is the Little Britain Community Association is doing their first ever golf tournament this coming up in June at the Crestwood Golf Course, June 8th. It's $100 per person, and you get 18 holes, cart, dinner, and prizes. And all proceeds go back to the Community Association. Tickets are still available, and they are on Facebook. If you're not on Facebook, contact me, and I'll forward you the contact information. Also, with the library, a reminder that our libraries have a partnership with Parks and Recreation where you can rent a life jacket. Just show your library card. The It's Bobcaygeon, Cobocock, Dalton, Fenland Falls, Lindsay, and the Norland Library branches have the life jackets, and 4 sizes are available: infant, child, youth, and adult. And lastly, the Cobocock branch, which has been closed for renovations for several months, will be opening very soon. I don't have an open date, so stay tuned. It is opening soon, and that'll be posted on the website as soon as we know that open date. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Yeah, I attended a couple functions there. One was the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport Volunteer Service Awards. They were anywhere from 5 to 30 years of service. Volunteers really help our community. We rely on you, and we thank you, and you all deserve recognition for that today. And the second one was the City of Kawartha Lakes Junior Business Hall of Fame. These individuals helped shape the business landscape in the Kawartha Lakes. So congratulations to all those this year's inductees, and they're all well-deserved. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As most of you know, there was a terrible fire in Bobcaygeon in early May that destroyed 16 apartments with 27 people left without housing. A great group of volunteers formed a committee and have done incredible work raising money, finding temporary housing, clothes, food, and the essentials. The Bobcaygeon Fire Relief Committee is now working on obtaining permanent housing and has been successful in helping many people. We are still looking for permanent housing for about 9. I'm so proud of this group of women. There are about 10 of us who heard the call and acted. Well done. And I have to also do a huge shout out to our fire department that worked all night to bring the fire under control. It was a big fire. On a positive note, the mayor and I attended the 40th anniversary of the Sheila Boyd Museum yesterday, and last weekend I had a really action-packed Saturday. Went birding at Ken Reed first thing in the morning as part of the International Bird Day, and then attended the grand opening of the Canoe Museum, which was really, it's amazing. Everybody has to go and see this. And then I went to the opening launch of Le Boat, which is going to be incredible. I'm hoping that they're going to do a place to park in Bobcaygeon or Fenland, but that's going to really help economic development down the Trent Severn. I have to say, Welcome to Summer is coming up on June 8th, and it's going to be action-packed. There's going to be something going on at Settlers Village for Settlers Day. The EV, electric vehicle event, is going to be in Bobcaygeon this year. It's moved from Lindsay now that we have a EV charging station, so there'll be other environmental people coming as well. So that'll be a big day. And I'd also like to say that we have Logan McInnes, who is our newest member of the Environmental Advisory Committee. He is our first student advisor in the city. And I'm hoping that you'll all get to meet him in an upcoming meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few announcements. I'd like to recognize the passing of a young woman who was here last year. She's only 32 years old and she passed away. She had many struggles in her life. Catherine Peters, we awarded her with an accessibility award last year in this chamber, and unfortunately she passed away. I just wanted to express sympathies to her and her family for, she led an incredible, brave life for what she went through, Catherine Peters, and I just wanted to recognize her and her parents for the loss of her.
This coming Sunday, May 26th at 10 a.m. On James Street at the Omimi Curling Club, the Omimi Lions Barbecue will be held, and it will be the Walk for Dog Guides event, and proceeds will be shared with the Lions Walk for Dog Guides and local community projects. So that's this coming Sunday at 10 a.m. at the Omimi Curling Club. I'd like to also mention former warden and former Reeve of Emily Township, Mr. Don McCumber, was in the chamber here a couple of weeks ago, and I'd like to thank Jane Pyle, the EA, for the CAO, for showing him around and making him feel back home again. And he was here visiting many of the Legion branches in Kawartha Lakes, Copaconk, Lindsay, Bob Cajun, and Omimi. At least he was at least to all of those. And he lives in Nova Scotia. He's back home now. Just wanted to thank him for coming. And it's great that he came back. He was the warden of Victoria County in 1986. And finally, I'd like to commemorate a great athlete that was born and raised in Lindsay and Kawartha Lakes here. Ron Ellis was a Stanley Cup member. He won the Stanley Cup in 1967. He was also had the 5th most goals in the Maple Leaf history. He was a 4-time All-Star, Hockey Hall of Fame member, and of course Team Canada Summit Series Russia-Canada 1972 member. And Ellis's contributions, his work in many charities and mental health initiatives. He dedicated his life post-hockey to the Hockey Hall of Fame and could be found each day smiling while leading guests throughout the great museum and the archives in that building. And as a young man in the early 1970s, he personally autographed a photograph of him, and certainly forever grateful for that. And it was something I'll never forget. So certainly wanted to recognize. Sometimes we forget that the professional athletes do sacrifice as well as our amateur athletes, and he was a great man. So wanted to recognize Ron Ellis.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, just a couple quick announcements. This past weekend, the Bethany Athletic Society held their 4-day-long weekend. It was a super success, and I just at this time want to really acknowledge the volunteers, because this park is owned and operated, and it's run for the community, by the community, so it was super awesome to see so many folks out this past weekend. Another note, the Fowler's District Lions Club out at Fowler's Corners, they started hosting last weekend their cruise nights. They had 250 cars last week, and all proceeds go to our local charities. So that's a fun event for happening every Thursday night all summer long. And one more, the Manvers Historical Society is hosting their annual plant and bake sale at the old post office in Bethany on Saturday, June 1st from 10 till noon. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of announcements. There's a large vehicle blocking the parking lot, and it could be a problem for emergency access. Appreciate the cooperation of the people in moving it, please. I also like to announce that this week, Special Olympics Ontario is hosting their 2024 Provincial Spring Games happening May 23rd to 26th in Waterloo. Tegan McDonald from Lindsay is representing our local Lightning Bolt Swim Club at this event, and we wish her all the best. And I'm sure her very proud father is going to be there to cheer her on, our own Charlie. Thank you. Notice in motion, or notices from staff. Chief Johnson, I believe you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. May 19th to the 25th is Paramedic Service Week, and we're happy to celebrate that. This year's theme, Help Us Help You, emphasizes how community members can best support paramedics in all emergency services in the event of an emergency. Some examples include having visible and well-lit house numbers, making sure your driveways and sidewalks are clear of snow and debris, and knowing the best time to call 911. On behalf of the entire organization, I want to sincerely thank all of our dedicated team of primary and advanced care paramedics. We have over 110 staff that respond to about 14,000 calls a year for service, and they're certainly a pivotal part of the health and safety of our community. So thanks to all the paramedics, and happy Paramedic Service Week.
Thank you. Moving on, are there any other notices from staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4.1. This is Employee Recognition Month, and as such, we are going to recognize some long-term employees. So, Mr. Taylor, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Elmsley, and with members of council and staff that are attending today, as well as the public. I want to thank everybody to join in and join me in recognizing Employee Appreciation Month here at City of Kawartha Lakes. Throughout this month, we will be in departments celebrating employees, recognizing achievements of our staff, and just overall a thank you to all of our staff for their ongoing public service that's provided to this community. So I want to take this opportunity today to recognize some of the long-standing employment milestones that have been achieved. And so I'm going to start with just reading out those that are 25 years. They've been with the city for 25 years. I'm going to read through and just recognize them, and then I'm hoping at the end that you can join me in recognizing them more formally. So if you could hold your applause till the end, that would be appreciated. So for 25 years in our Community Services Department, Kimberly O'Neill joined the town of Lindsay as an aquatics instructor and lifeguard, and has continued to teach and protect the pool's patrons in this role for the past 25 years. It's amazing. In our engineering and corporate assets, Audrey Cooper and Pat Richardson joined the town of Lindsay as crossing guards and have served in this role, keeping our pedestrians and students safe for the last 25 years. Fire Services, Jamie Anderson and Richard Thurston joined the municipality as volunteer firefighters and currently serve in the role of volunteer fire station coordinators. Edward Dudman, Robert Finley, and Lucas Lowell joined as volunteer firefighters and currently serve in the role as volunteer fire captains. And Mark Lowell joined as a volunteer firefighter 25 years ago and has continued to serve in that important role. Brandon Mitchell started with the municipality as a volunteer firefighter and joined the Omimi Fire Station full-time in 2002, has continued to serve as a professional firefighter with our fire services team. And in our Human Services Department, Penny Westerhout joined the town of Lindsay in 1998 as a canteen operator, was hired as a caseworker in 2002, where she continued her career in social services, and currently works as a client services worker in our Human Services Department. Elizabeth McLean works as a personal support worker, supporting and enriching the lives of residents in Victoria Manor. And in our Public Works Department, Kimberly Wood joined the town of Lindsay as a parks worker, went on to work in the position of public works laborer, facility maintenance, water meter reader, parks crew leader, and most currently as damage prevention technician, where she currently works to support the initiatives of the Public Works Roads Division. And last but not least, John Reichel joined the town of Lindsay as a parks worker in 1988 and went on to become a routine road patroller and later a public works supervisor, where he currently oversees road operations. These are our employees with 25 years of service. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Elmsley to touch on the next milestones.
Thank you. I noticed you gave me the employees with longer service. I'm sensitive about age here. In any event, these folks are celebrating 30 years of service with the city. In community services, we have Christine Gilson, who joined the town of Lindsay as a fitness instructor and has continued to motivate and contribute to the health of our community in this role for 30 years. Kim Griffin joined the town of Lindsay as a lifeguard and has continued to instruct and protect the pool's patrons as a swim instructor and guard for 30 years. In development services, Suzanne Murchison joined the Township of Bexley in 1993 as the chief building official and bylaw officer, moving on to the Township of Ops in 99, where she added septic systems inspector to her lengthy list of duties. Suzanne was promoted to the city's chief building official in 2008 and continues to serve in this role, supporting the city's development services. In human services, Kimberly Redmond has worked in social services for 30 years, beginning her career with the County of Victoria as a caseworker, and most currently as the Program Integrity Coordinator, supporting human services in the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. Donna Jakes works as a registered practical nurse, supporting and enriching the lives of our residents at Victoria Manor. In paramedic services, we have Darcy Caffin, Mark Oliver, and Charles Phillips, who joined the paramedic service in 1993 and have dutifully served to respond to the emergencies and serve their communities in their roles of advanced care paramedics for over 30 years. In the library, we have Marlene Goff. She began her career of library branch assistant at Little Britain Branch in 1993 and has continued to educate and enrich the library's patrons over the past 30 years. Moving on to fire services, we have Don Dart, who joined the Woodville Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter in 1993 and has served with our fire services department for 40 years and currently holds the position of volunteer fire captain. And last but certainly not least, Jim Laver has served the community as a volunteer firefighter for 45 years, beginning his position in 1978. Jim currently serves in the role of volunteer fire station coordinator. Big hand for those folks. I'll turn it back to you, CAO.
You concluded it quite nicely, Mr. Mayor, but I'll certainly sort of echo just a congratulations to all of our longstanding employees, and just thank to all of you and to all of our staff for the ongoing contributions to the community. It's fantastic. I always look forward to this time of year to catch up with the departments, and I encourage staff to reach out to your colleagues, take a second and really just recognize sort of all that you do collectively. So thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, Council, and congratulations to the milestones.
Thank you. Moving on in our agenda, item 5, I need a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of April 30th, 2024 be received and adopted. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Yeo. Comments, questions? No. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll now move on to deputations. Our first deputation is on the rural zoning bylaw consolidation. Mr. Jeffrey Armitage, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I start, can I ask a question to Council and Mayor? This is my second deputation on the rural zoning bylaw amalgamation, and I noticed that my first one wasn't received. Can anyone answer that as to why?
It was done at the planning committee and not at council? So
Yes.
they were all received as
Oh, were they?
a lump?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for all the acknowledgement to previous employees, especially volunteer firefighters. My heart goes out to the devotion that they give. As a retired City of Oshawa firefighter, it was always difficult to go up against their challenges. And they did it from the heart. They were an amazing group. Anyways, I'm here to speak on the rural zoning bylaw amalgamation. My name's Jeff Armitage. I'm a resident of City of Kawartha Lakes, Emily Township. And I'm going to start off by saying I'm strongly opposed to the rural zoning bylaw amalgamation, as it is a costly project using WSP Global to implement Agenda 21, which is Sustainable Development Goals using our tax dollars. It is the UN blueprint for the future right here. Trust me. WSP is tied to the UN, G7, G20, World Economic Forum, World Food Bank, and World Health Organization. Okay? I've been refused the last 12 WSP contracts under the Freedom of Information Act. I need those. I really need them. When we pass this bylaw, which we will in conjunction with other plans, growth management, environmental strategic plan, and official plan, it's going to cause everyone to lose something immediately, and over time, everyone will lose everything. Okay? All of what I'm about to say is heavily vetted and based on factual truth. Okay? When most people think of the UN, they think of peacekeeping and humanitarian efforts, right? I did. But that's not what this is. Agenda 21 is a plan to provide land use policy changes in every municipality, 3,553 in Canada and in 193 countries worldwide using sustainable development goals. Agenda 21 will inventory and control all plants, water, animals, construction, energy, minerals, law enforcement, and every human being in the world. It states that our lifestyle is not sustainable and that the industrialized civilization must collapse, and that is our responsibility to collapse civilized society in the name of the environment. It states on page 782 of the Global Biodiversity Assessment that private lands are unsustainable, and it admits that social equity, where no one has any one thing more than anyone else, no more land than anyone else, no more health care than anyone else, and no more children than anyone else. Depopulation is necessary to reduce the world population from 8 billion to 1 billion. In fact, it states the earth moans every time it registers a new birth. It advocates strict immigration policies in favor of open borders. Does that make sense? It talks about a CO2 tax. It's here. And the carbon they want is us. Regionalism is a key word. And humans move to these settlement areas. In the rural zoning bylaw, there are 3, Lindsay, Finland Falls, and Bob Cajun. The goal is to get everyone into these areas from rural areas by taxing and regulating us out into these settlement areas, which are often referred to as mega districts, green centers, C40s, 15-minute cities. They are referred to also as zones of cooperation. Agenda 21 makes it clear that land cannot be controlled by individuals as an ordinary asset and an accumulation of wealth, thus creating social injustice. You might ask, how are these plans and these policies, land use policies, implemented? Well, it's through ICLEI. I hope everybody in the council is familiar with this acronym, ICLEI, this NGO. Locally, we see terms like smart growth, comprehensive planning, growth management. Senior staff, unelected NGOs and stakeholders pass these bylaws through council. These people are not responsible to you. They disregard public input. We've seen this. Council members are sworn to the corporation and not the constituents. I have all 9 declarations of office to prove this. In 2015, the globalist elites time-stamped Agenda 21 to move it forward at a faster pace, and they called it Agenda 2030. This is Kawartha 2030. We're in Kawartha 2030. Canada is a UN member state declared in a climate emergency.
We get you to wrap up, please.
There's a lot more to go. The concept of Agenda 2030, we surrender our sovereignty in chunks over time while bureaucrats convince us that we're empowering ourselves for common good. I am urging Council today to put a motion forward to exit these UN voluntary programs like Partners for Climate Protection, ICLEI, and stop the Sustainable Development Goals from being implemented here behind our backs, and start focusing on the well-being of our constituents here at the City of Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you. You're finished.
Okay, I hope we have some questions. Please. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you for coming today.
And I want you to know this was difficult to get this deputation. I had 4 attempts with the ombudsman, okay, and multiple emails, and from you too. And I'm blocked from my counselor. I have no emails able to go to my counselor.
You are finished. Thank you.
Okay, I'm blocked. Sorry, sir.
You're finished. Thank you. Our next deputant on the rural zoning bylaw consolidation, Mr. Doug Carroll. Mr. Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Doug Carroll. I'm a registered professional planner in the province of Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, staff. I'm here to raise a few issues for your consideration concerning the final steps regarding the establishment of the consolidated rural zoning bylaw for the city. Specifically, I'll be addressing the policies in section 15, prime agricultural, 16, rural, 19, hamlet settlement, 34.5, zoning bylaw, and 34.6, holding symbol in the zoning bylaw. Given the policies of section 15, the agricultural designation policies, and the rural designation policies, by only establishing an agricultural zone and not establishing a companion rural zone does not implement the policies of sections 15 or section 16. It does not protect the prime agricultural land from uses that are permitted and more appropriately directed to land designated rural, and is contrary to the goals and objective of the official plan. The spirit and intent of the official plan was to establish a protection designation and to implement that with a protection zone for prime agricultural land, class 1 to 3 soils, in accordance with the provincial policy. All other soils throughout the city were to be designated either environmental protection or rural. I was there, Mr. Mayor, in the rooms when we were drafting the official plan. The spirit and intent of that document is that the prime agricultural land be designated and protected by a separate zone, and the rural areas be identified and protected by a separate rural zone category. With respect to section 34, development control, more specifically 34.5 and 34.6, zoning bylaw, and the holding symbol in the zoning bylaw. By pre-zoning land in accordance with the hamlet settlement policies and development policy 9, holding zones may be established in order to achieve orderly development to ensure that policies established in this plan have been met prior to rezoning. Lands designated for residential purposes will be rezoned from a holding category at an appropriate time after the application for development is made. So there are lands in one of the settlement areas that have been designated for residential development since 1978. The land, one of the two parcels, has been owned by the private sector since 1979, but a mapping error was made by the township in 1994 when they applied the community facility zone to it. That should have been zoned Hamlet residential. The city applied the Hamlet settlement area designation to that same property. Again, I've asked the planning consultants to consider the background information, the tenure of private sector ownership, and to apply the Hamlet residential holding zone symbol to the land that has been designated for residential development since 1978. They've said they can't do that. They've been directed by the city to not do that. So my first question, did council provide such direction to WSP by either resolution or by bylaw? I haven't been given an answer from staff to that question. However, council does have the authority, as noted by WSP, in the comment response matrix in the report you're considering later today. The senior planner at WSP goes on to say, if council provides alternate directions to the consultants, subsequent actions will be undertaken. So you have the flexibility, you have the option, you have the authority to make those changes. In my submission to you, in my submission to staff, I've also received comments that we are not in support of undertaking these types of amendments to the project as they involve agency circulations and commentary. Well, the draft document has been circulated to prescribed agencies and ministries, and they've received comments back. The issues that I've raised with staff with regard to farm consolidation severances, no new uses are permitted. In fact, residential use is to be prohibited. You could direct staff to make these changes, but they won't do it unless you do so, unless you direct them to do so. So in that regard, I did ask in my submission to you that you consider doing the following. The council directs staff and consultants to apply the Hamlet Residential 1 holding symbol to land designated Hamlet Settlement Area and Development Policy 9, and the land is intended to be developed for residential purposes in the official plan. The second request for you to consider is the council direct staff and consultants to apply the agriculture consolidation zone to land designated prime agriculture and rural that is to be consolidated with non-abutting farmland. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Get you to wrap up, please.
That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? I have a couple. You submitted all this to WSP?
Yes, sir.
And were your comments addressed? I know they weren't addressed the way you wanted them, but were your comments addressed by WSP?
One was granted. Others have said, as I indicated, they've been directed by the city, and I've asked for clarification what was council's direction in that regard. I haven't received any response over a year and a half from WSP or the city's planning division.
I believe one of the answers is that we're not using the bylaw process to address individual properties or individual cases, that there are other venues for that to happen. That's my understanding. So I don't know if that's the reason why you haven't received an answer, but I would suggest that it probably is along those lines.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, what I'm suggesting to you is you have the authority to say thank you, staff, but in the cases presented to staff by myself on behalf of my clients, new uses are not proposed. Only an existing residential use is to be prohibited. So there is no impact on anybody or any agencies And therefore, it is appropriate for you to give consideration to this exception to a resolution that you may have passed previously, or a bylaw that you passed, giving WSP the scope of the direction. So if you are concerned about collecting a fee, my clients will be paying a fee because in the cases that I'm referring to, there have been no objections from the city staff. There have been no objections from the commenting agencies, no objections from the neighboring property owners. So to simply direct the technician to apply the zone symbol to a map means that your planning division staff won't have to process additional amendments to the zoning bylaw that will end up taking their time away from other more important bylaw amendments that propose new uses, as opposed to establishing a restriction that takes away a use that is agreed to by the owner and the neighbors.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for coming. Just a quick question on, if you could comment on the official plan. So the official plan is really integral to this whole discussion. Could you just sort of just give a brief synopsis? Like 2010, when we last, it's hard to believe it's 14 years ago, but it's 2010 when it started. And if you could explain to me and the rest of us how that correlates with what's happening today. Thanks.
Thank you. In 2010, we drafted the city's official plan. Michael Benner was the manager of planning policy for the city at the time. Mr. Taylor was our boss. We implemented the provincial policy statement as it was at the time. We implemented the direction of the Agricultural Advisory Development Board, and we carried forward the designations, or the similar designations and policies from the Victoria County official plan as it related to agricultural land and rural lands, being the two different land use classifications. The province made the change to the rules that prime agricultural land was to be considered class 1 to 3 soils only. Class 4 to 7 were to be categorized as rural. The city's official plan did that. The official plan says there are uses that are to be permitted, a range of uses that are to be permitted on private agricultural land. The city's official plan says there are a range of uses that are not permitted on prime agricultural land, but are permitted on lands designated rural. It also says that if you wish, you may establish agricultural uses that are permitted in the prime agricultural areas on rural lands. The reverse is not true. You cannot establish rural uses on prime agricultural land in accordance with the city's official plan adopted in 2010 and approved in 2012.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gill.
Thank you, and through you to, first as a comment, and I've read this in the report, that we're not using this opportunity to rezone specific properties. But when this whole thing started, and unfortunately the director of the day is no longer with us, but the answer that I as a councillor and other councillors got at that time was, oh, we'll deal with that on a site specific with the rural zoning bylaw, and we'll do these changes along with it. So now we're saying, no, we're not doing that. So to say that point blank, we're not doing that, is misleading, because when this all started, and I at the time said we were nuts for doing this in-house, it wasn't going to take 1 year, and here we are. It didn't take 1 year, and we're still half sane. But when I go back and I hear that we're going back and we're changing stuff that's been in place, and this is where my question lies, are we changing something that's been in place since 1978 by not allowing the holding symbol? And that's to Mr. Carroll.
Sorry, could you repeat just the question part, please, Mr.
Yeah, and so you said since 1978 this area hamlet designation was agreed to back then. I'm a little confused as well. So are we changing something from that by not allowing the holding symbol to be in place? Are we forcing it to go up for rezoning in some sort of way?
No, I apologize for being unclear and complex in my comments. The lands that have been designated hamlet in the county official plan and development policy 9 in the city official plan have been intended by the county and the city for residential use since 1978. The official plan gives you the tools to apply holding zones through this process, the draft rural zoning bylaw, to those lands. It doesn't give the person any more right to create a plan of subdivision, plan a condominium, apply for a severance or a minor variance, any other planning matter. They must still adhere to the requirements of the Planning Act and the balance of the official plan. All I'm saying is if you pre-zone it, you avoid having to do the rezoning later on. You will get all the studies that are required to justify the implementation of either a severance for one residential lot or a plan of condominium for multiple lots and roads, or a plan of subdivision for multiple lots, residential lots and roads. Every technical study that the city needs, every technical study that the agencies require will have to be provided as part of that plan of subdivision, plan of condominium process. I'm just suggesting that you plan in the zoning bylaw as you have planned in the official plan. The official plan pre-designates the land. The zoning bylaw is permitted to pre-zone the land with a holding symbol. That policy is in the official plan. It's been there since 2010. It's not being used by your staff. It's not being used by your consultants.
Okay, and I thank you for that, because that's exactly the understanding I had when this whole process started. And I don't know where it went off, because the project got too big and it was just another level they didn't want to get into. I believe in my mind that's what happened. And I think that these one-offs like this were intended to be included and now are not being included, and I would fully support instituting what the deputant has asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you for coming, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion to receive the deputation from Mr. Carroll. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's received. Moving on. Item 6.3 is the rural zoning bylaw consolidation. We have Mr. Barry Snyder. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity. Today I'm representing the Environmental Advisory Committee. And just a bit of background, I want to know, I grew up on a dairy farm near King, near Newmarket, and I would visit my grandfather on his farm near the corner of Jane and Finch in North York, if you can imagine. So I understand some of the demands on agriculture and certainly the impact of losing our farmland. However, wetlands are crucial. Kawartha is losing its wetlands at an alarming rate, with the vast majority of this loss due to agriculture. Wetlands should be safeguarded, but current zoning proposals allow agriculture in environmental protection or EP zones, undermining true protection. Provincially significant wetlands and other wetlands should not be converted into cornfields. Presently, the zoning bylaws of the township of Emily, Eldon, Fenland, and Bexley have excluded agriculture from their environmental protection zones to protect wetlands. Most of the other townships have EP or open space exception zones, excluding agriculture in order to protect wetlands. The proposed comprehensive zoning bylaw we have here is a clear environmental step backwards. According to Provincial Conservation Authority's regulations, agriculture is considered interference with wetlands and is either prohibited or requires a special permit, and these permits are often difficult. This regulatory stance, comparing the conservation authorities, seems to be in stark contrast to the current zoning proposals. In the current City of Kawartha Lakes official plan, agriculture is a permitted use. It states that in an EP zone. However, it also clearly stated in section 17.3.1 that such activities should not degrade the natural characteristics of the land or contribute to the environmental problems. In a number of other locations in the official plan, it refers to the importance of wetlands. This is similar to the Victoria County official plan, under which the present township zoning bylaws were written. You might ask, what are the compatible agricultural activities with environmental protection areas of the OP? What are they referring to, compatible uses? I don't know, but perhaps it's things such as allowing cattle some wetland grasses, or creating small watering ponds, or cutting cedar fence posts, or firewood. Maybe things like that. But certainly, I don't think it means large-scale operations with an excavator that permanently destroys large areas of wetlands. Kawartha Conservation already provides these kinds of exceptions in their agricultural guidelines. In summary, the present township zoning bylaws protect wetlands from agricultural activities. The present Kawartha OP speaks to agriculture not impacting the natural environment, which is mostly wetlands. Therefore, it is imperative that the proposed zoning bylaws maintain the protection of wetlands from agricultural conversion, because protecting our wetlands is essential for preventing downstream flooding, preserving biodiversity, and maintaining environmental health. We must have zoning that genuinely protects these vital ecosystems for future generations. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, you have a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming. Mr. Snyder, so in this process, the zoning bylaw and what's in front of us coming up, it has to speak to the official plan. So is it your feeling and knowledge that it does speak to the official plan, the new, or the old zoning, actually, I guess, so, yeah.
You mean the new, whether the new zoning speaks to the official plan? The official plan does say that agriculture is allowed, but then it's specifically right after that it talks about protecting the natural environment and some other aspects. And so I think so you got to ask, how can you possibly have protection of wetlands if those areas are being, excavator going in and it's being turned into a cornfield? It's not protecting what it states it's meaning to protect. It says agriculture is allowed, but I don't know what was meant when they wrote that. I'm guessing it may have been small, as I say, small things that were allowed.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and thank you, Barry, for your presentation today. Just a quick question, just for clarity. So the current zoning bylaw permitted, actually existing agricultural uses is allowed in the AP zones right now, correct?
That's right.
So what change are you looking for specifically?
I'm a biologist. I'm not a planner. I'm not sure how that would be stated. Obviously, the present zoning thinks that it's speaking to the Victoria County official plan, and it is somewhat similar to, it says agriculture is allowed as well. So, they thought that it agreed at that time, and I think what you need to do is the official plan is going to be redone, and when it's redone, you need to say, certain agricultural uses could be allowed, but spell them out exactly, the small things that could be done.
Okay, so if we're moving through that official plan, we'll be able to map out those wetlands and then generally look for those designations that you're speaking of.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. All those in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputation is Mr. James Malloy, speaking about programming at the Frost campus of Fleming College. Mr. Malloy, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, esteemed team members of the City Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Jamie Malloy. I'm a Fleming College graduate, a current resident of the City of Kawartha Lakes, and a small business owner in the heavy equipment and diesel generator industry. I'm here today as someone who has a rich industry experience in understanding the direct impact that the Fleming College's decision to cut the heavy equipment and generator technician courses will cause. My entire career, I've been surrounded by thousands in the community who've experienced a direct positive impact from this program. Not only does this affect the graduates, but additionally the families and the businesses that have developed from this program in our community. All of our daily lives here are regularly impacted by this following: backup power generation for buildings such as our hospitals, assisted living homes, and emergency operations such as the police, the fire, and ambulance buildings, including all buildings with elevators. Heavy equipment used in aggregate quarry operations, construction, concrete building materials, farming operations, city services, water, wastewater distribution. These key technicians keep all of this equipment running for all of us. I see firsthand the increasing demand for skilled technicians in this industry, the shortage of qualified professionals. Our business, Iron Equipment, has a history of competing with much larger competitors for the opportunity to employ these graduates from these programs. Now, from a business perspective, I can acknowledge that this course may not have been a high revenue generator for the college. And from the perspective of someone who's trying to cut costs, I understand where the decision to cut this program might have come from. However, the return on investment to the community is something that the board, I do not believe, considered, nor do I believe the board was provided with appropriate figures that demonstrate this information. As a community, we should be working with our government to provide college boards with the appropriate figures regarding the return to the community, so that the future can make better, so in the future they can make a better informed decision. On behalf of the industry, I'm requesting the council's support in advocating for the reinstatement of the heavy equipment and generator technician courses at Fleming College. As a community, we need our council to speak loudly, as the first step towards finding a resolution to this issue is your support. With your support, we can hope to involve the Ontario government, providing figures to Fleming College that would persuade them to reinstate the heavy equipment and generator technician programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you just stay there in case there are any questions.
Yep.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. One thing for sure, we understand the economic impact that these students have on our local economy. And so the loss of these programs is definitely going to be felt. You say you've been a recent graduate?
No, I'm not a recent graduate.
Okay,
I'm a alumni. I've been graduated for over 20 years.
Oh, sorry, I misheard then.
No.
So we have a letter from the president of Fleming College saying the program's no longer viable. Like it's not paying for itself. Yet you're saying that your company's competing with other companies for these graduates. So there's...
Yeah, viability. Okay, that statement would directly come from monetarily whether that course is viable for them to sustain it, to continue it. From my understanding, I don't believe the course is coming at a loss. I don't believe it's costing them money. It is not a cheap course to run. Industry has done their part in stepping up and donating a lot of equipment and being a big part to keeping this going in the past. And I think industry would definitely be in favor of supporting it continually going forward. If you look at it from a business perspective, does this course make money? Probably doesn't make the same money that some other courses would make. So from someone who's been given a mandate, a directive to make the college make money, yeah, I don't question what their actions are. It makes sense, but we need to give them a mandate that is to support our community and have it make money. Like, there's got to be some middle grounds. It's not just one directive about making it make money.
Another question I have for you, well said, thank you, is anecdotally I've heard that the industry has been pulling back their support. Is that factual or?
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen, definitely I do see a lack of directive. Probably, I don't know if that would come from the college level, where that's coming from, coming to industry to ask for support. I don't know why that seems to have turned down, but I'm not being approached, and nor do I know of any of the rest of the industry being approached into, hey, we need help to keep and sustain this, because I don't believe that's the case right now, that they wouldn't support it. Is there probably, like, I mean, everyone's concerned about the economy, and might there be less available? Yes, but I don't even think that approach has been taken at this point in time.
Very interesting, thank you. I'm with you. I think it's a case of all hands on deck to try to save this, but industry plays a part too. If we can get industry to private companies to step back up into if they have indeed started to pull back.
Yeah,
we all agree it's a tough economy. The supply chains are stretched. Nobody's making as much money as they used to. So belt tightening is happening.
Yeah,
but in the long term, if we can convince, if this is in fact happening, convince companies like yourself to reinvest forward this way for the long-term benefits.
Yeah, I think a big part of that right now would be start from asking those questions. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming. Over the last 2 years, it's over 40 different courses, so it's not just heavy equipment and whatever. So it's impacting a large swath of our knowledge base. So do you have any information? I understand that there was like a Frost Campus 2 in Toronto. Do you know anything about that? It was formed in 2022.
I unfortunately, I can't speak appropriately in regards to that. Hopefully, someone following me might be able to better speak appropriately in regards to that. My background with the college was with the heavy equipment and diesel generator course, and so anything I hear is just as much hearsay. And there's a lot of, the more I get involved in this, there's a lot more you hear. And I'd like to speak on what I know is very factual and what I come to know is true. So I'm going to have to.
Through you, I've got probably a factual question. How many colleges, are there many other colleges in Ontario that offer this sort of course?
No, Centennial College, I believe, is our closest one that we have. Otherwise, we're sending our students to Timmins. And myself, I was a graduate to IE Weldon Secondary School. Mr. Morrow, the guidance counselor, said he recognized I had abilities with mechanics, and he steered me towards the heavy equipment course. I wouldn't be standing here today. I wouldn't be employing all the people I do and supporting the families that I do if that course didn't exist. You're welcome. Anything else?
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one of the process that needs to take place is the college needed to justify the closures to the ministry. That's part of the whole system at play. And in that, they justified the cancellation. They assured the government that any program that meets critical labor market needs were retained. That was part of the criteria. Would you say that this is a critical labor market? And because I don't know, but you're in the industry, and I'm not asking you to be an expert, but in your opinion, is this a critical, would you consider this a critical labor market?
Yes.
That's pretty simple.
I don't know how else to, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jamie there. Thanks for coming today, and I certainly support your feelings here, and it's more than just feelings. This is a really gut punch to the community, and I really don't see any numbers here that the president here of Fleming College is putting out. I'd like to see some numbers to prove why these courses are being chopped, and they're not just your course, which is very important, but many other courses. I know two of my sons, one of them a heavy equipment operator, and another one who is a mobile crane technician engineer, and he had to go to Durham College in Whitby on Thixon Road, which is a great college. They partner with General Motors for a lot of their equipment, which is great. And I know we partner with a lot of industry as well. So yeah, this is the bread and butter industry around here with our growth, whether it's residential or commercial or farm. We need your industry and your skills and talents. So I'm behind you all the way.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, thanks very much for coming today.
Thank you, everyone.
Can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Richardson, all in favor? And that's done. Item 6.5, we have programming of the Frost campus of Fleming College. Ms. Natalie Barker. Is Natalie Barker here? If Ms. Barker shows up later on and lets us know, we'll certainly entertain her deputation. Otherwise, we'll move on. In our agenda, we'll go to item 7. Item 7.1 is correspondence, and it's City of Kawartha Lakes Integrity Commissioner Annual Report. I'll look for that the correspondence from Charles A. Harnick of ADR Chambers regarding the City of Kawartha Lakes Integrity Commissioner Annual Report for the operating period February 28, 23 to February 27, 24 be received. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question about this?
Yeah, through you to, I guess, the CAO, if I could ask, please. And I just wanted to, I was expecting that the Integrity Commissioner would actually be here, but usually he appears here in person. But anyways, got something here. My question is to CAO. As far as when these investigations occur. Last term, we had 4 investigations, I believe. And when it came to closed session, we had them brought to closed session. But I noticed that in this report here, it says that the Integrity Commissioner, whether it's the person was found to contravene or not contravene the act, it's not even brought to closed session anymore. So there's no, as much, I would say, transparency in the process that there used to be. I'm just wondering why, and I appreciate the clerk for getting me some information on this. 2006, section 32 of the report about the conduct, just wondering why the Integrity Commissioner doesn't bring forward material to closed session as well. If there's anything, like we just find out about this, that there's investigations going on. So we should really, as a council, be informed. I understand it's a personal matter, but even out of due respect to the council, that we bring this, not this report, but bring a further report from the Integrity Commissioner in closed session. That's just my question. Or have the rules changed now for the Integrity Commissioner when it comes to reporting on investigations?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so I guess a couple of things. Firstly, none of the rules or processes have changed. What is in front of you today is an annual report simply on the number of either investigations or files is even a better word that the Integrity Commissioner has processed or dealt with or responded to. So you will always get an annual report similar to this. It's on a public open agenda. And again, it's not on any particular matter. If the Integrity Commissioner, under the various sort of rules and regulations, if they pursue an investigation and conclude it, they are obligated to provide recommendations to you, to council, in order to then implement. All of those individual files or recommendations are dealt with you in a closed session. Following that process, and once a decision is made and you've determined a course of action, then there is obligation after individual processes to post them on the city website for public information. So that has never wavered since the beginning of having the Integrity Commissioner. There wouldn't be any value. There's nothing to report in closed session that you're not seeing here. Again, they're just based on the number of inquiries that have been processed.
Okay, thanks. And as far as a member of council wanting to ask a question or get some clarification, that's still an open process. That person can ask the Integrity Commissioner if they have not for legal advice, but just for any answers to any matters. So that's still, that advice is still there from the Integrity Commissioner, like they're still available to help us because we pay them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the answer is yes. They have really 3 core roles, right? One is to review and report on complaints to you or requests if you're asking for an inquiry as a body, as council. The Integrity Commissioner is there solely to provide advice to any council member, and they provide general educational services. So again, similarly, you can inquire, the public can inquire on the general applicable processes to council, particularly through the Code of Conduct.
Okay, thanks. I'll move to accept the correspondence there.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's received. We also have item 7.2, correspondence from Brian Bartley regarding the rural zoning bylaw consolidation. I have a motion to receive that. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's done. And I have item 7.3, which is new correspondence that was added today. It's in your yellow folder. And I need a motion to receive that correspondence. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? Hold them high, folks. And that's passed. Thank you. Item 8 on our agenda is a presentation on the growth management strategy. We have Jamie Cook from Watson and Associates. Mr. Cook, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to get my colleague Shayla Taku to pull up our slide deck, and we will get into the presentation. Great. So again, good afternoon, members of committee or committee of the whole. And Mr. Mayor, it's a pleasure to be able to speak to you about the key findings of the growth management strategy. Again, my name is Jamie Cook. I am the project lead on this growth management strategy that the city's been undertaking since May of 2021. The last time you had heard from me was back in January of 2023, where we gave an update of the draft findings of the growth analysis of the study. And we're here today to provide you a further update on the study today with respect to the growth scenarios, as well as the draft findings on the land needs assessment that is ultimately forming the finalization of our key technical analysis that we've undertaken as part of this study. So if I could just go through the agenda, we're going to provide just a bit of background on some of the key terminology that was provided to you back a year ago on the settlement area hierarchy and components of the urban settlement areas that we're looking at as part of this work. And then from there, we'll go into a brief analysis of the growth scenarios for the city in terms of long-term population, housing, and employment growth out to the year 2051. From there, we'll provide a draft assessment of the community area and employment area land needs for each of the urban settlement areas. And then did want to touch on the Lindsay settlement area and specifically talk a little bit about the growth analysis that's been undertaken for that area. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So just to provide a bit of background on the study schedule, as I mentioned, this study had initially commenced back in June of 2021. At that time, we started to engage with the city in the development of a discussion paper. That paper laid out some of the key trends and also key growth management themes that would be looked at as part of this growth management strategy. From there, we got into the technical analysis, looking at long-term population, housing, and employment growth, addressing the overall approach to assessing the land needs for the city over the long term. And we then presented to the committee of the whole back in January, as I mentioned. From there, we also prepared some additional analysis looking at a range of growth scenarios. We realized at that time that one scenario for growth likely wasn't going to be sufficient, and there was a need to look at a higher growth scenario for the city over the long term, given the recent growth pressures that we're experiencing in Kawartha Lakes. So that work was undertaken. We presented to the task force that has been established for the study back in the spring of 2023. And then at that point, we then were faced with a draft 2023 provincial policy statement that made some significant changes, proposed changes to the provincial planning framework. At that time, we also received additional information on the approved MZO for Flato that identified an increase of 4,000 units potentially for that development. So with those two major changes, the study was recommended to be paused from about April to September of 2023. We then picked back up on the study in the fall of 2023. There was some additional changes to the scoping of the work to provide more details on a phasing strategy for Lindsay, as well as strategic direction for location options for urban expansion within Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon, which I'm going to speak to today. So that's where we are now. We're at basically the end of the phase one process. We're now into the phase two process of providing strategic recommendations on the technical findings of the growth management strategy and land needs assessment. And we're also now taking that information to provide strategic policy recommendations that will then form the basis for the draft growth management report. And I'll speak to the schedule at the end of the study to give you a bit of a better idea of where we are in that process and when we anticipate completion. But ultimately, the goal is to wrap up this work by the fall of this year. So the next slide, I just wanted to I'll just start off with just providing a bit of background on some of the key changes to the provincial policy framework. As many of you probably know, we have seen significant changes to provincial planning policy over the last several years in Ontario. That started with a number of changes to the growth plan throughout 2017 and 2019. But then we saw some significant changes in 2023 when we saw this proposed provincial planning statement laid out, which ultimately provided proposed significant changes to the current 2020 provincial planning or provincial policy statement. The document also at this time recommended consolidating the PPS as it is and the growth plan. Since that time, we've now received a revised provincial policy statement, or provincial planning statement, I should say. That was released on April 10th of this year. The period for comment has now been completed, and we do expect to see a final PPS document coming out from the province very shortly. So ultimately, the goal of the province, as you likely already know from all this, is that they're really aiming to provide a less prescriptive and more outcome-based approach to provincial planning in Ontario. Ultimately, the goal of that provincial framework is to provide more opportunity for more housing in line with the province's goal to provide 1.5 million homes over the next 10 years and beyond. And ultimately, beyond that 10-year period, to provide, again, a less prescriptive approach to land use planning in Ontario. We did anticipate a number of these changes coming through the PPS, and I would note that we did a good job, I think, on our end working with the city to anticipate those changes, and we don't anticipate any significant changes to the technical analysis that's been carried out as part of our study in response to these changes to the 2024 PPS. So I want to now just focus on our attention to the hierarchy of settlement areas and the key components of our focus in this growth management strategy. And so while the study that we're taking that's taking place is ultimately focused on the city of Kawartha Lakes as a whole, we are specifically focusing our urban land use assessment on the city's urban system, and that includes the four urban settlement areas of Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, and Omemee. And while we're focusing on the urban system, we also recognize that the importance of the rural system. We recognize that the city's hamlets and rural areas do have a significant role in accommodating future development. They ultimately form clusters of business operations that are essential to the surrounding area of the city and are essential to the future economic growth. We recognize that the opportunities to accommodate infilling and minor rounding out in these rural hamlets and rural areas is important to ensure that these areas remain vibrant and sustainable over the long term. But the focus of our technical analysis looking at urban land requirements, again, is going to be focused on the urban system of those four settlement areas that I mentioned earlier. Now, within the four settlement areas that we're focusing on, we have two buckets, essentially. We have community areas, which is essentially where people live and where most of the population-related jobs also occur. So this is jobs like retail, accommodation and food, other personal service, employment, schools, other institutional uses. These are typically the types of employment uses that are accommodated in residential mixed-use areas that we call community areas. And then the other area that we're looking at within the urban system are employment areas. So these are areas where we typically accommodate industrial-type buildings and some potentially some population-related jobs to support the function of those industrial-type buildings. So when we talk today, you're going to hear me speak to both the community area and the employment area land need. So I want to now focus on the long-term growth scenarios as the next discussion in our presentation today. So last time we spoke, we had prepared a slide that updated you on the long-term growth projections for the city of Kawartha Lakes out to 2051, and that forecast was in association and corresponding to the growth plan forecast that's outlined in the Places to Grow Schedule 3. Since that time, we have updated the city's long-term growth scenarios, as I mentioned, recognizing that there is significantly more growth potential and growth pressure within the city of Kawartha Lakes over the long term. So we have identified 3 long-term scenarios, the medium scenario being still the growth plan scenario, and then we have a high scenario, which ultimately forecasts the city's population out to 130,000 people, which is an increase of about 49,000 people from the 2021 census period. And then we have a low scenario also that projects growth at a much slower rate out to about 102,000 people by 2051. So as you can see here, we're also comparing this to the city's current official plan forecast, which goes out to 2031. As I mentioned back a while ago when we spoke in January of 2023, the city didn't keep pace to that official plan forecast that was established as part of the 2011 GMS. But really the main reason why that occurred was because we had a significant economic downturn through the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, which really slowed growth down across most of Ontario, if not all of Ontario. We saw significant job losses during that time period in the manufacturing sector, and we saw delays to urban development, and we saw reduced immigration during that time period. We started to see the recovery from that downturn occurring by around 2014, and you can start to see the bend in the curve start to come upward in that time period. Since 2018-19, we've seen the trajectory for growth increase significantly. COVID added a further acceleration onto that growth trend. But ultimately, the long-term growth prospects for the city are quite strong. And we do expect that trajectory for growth will stay stronger than what was previously laid out in the 2000 or in the current OP under the 2031 forecast. So we're still likely to be below that forecast by 2031, but ultimately the rate of growth will start to continue to exceed that previous level of growth, and we will surpass that 2031 forecast shortly after the 2031 horizon. So this growth rate ultimately, if you look at it in terms of the rate, it represents an increase of about 1.6% annual growth. So relative to the province, which is at a 1.5% rate of growth, we are looking at a fairly high growth area of the province. And relative to the rest of the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the Outer Ring, this would be a high growth area of the GGH Outer Ring area. Lastly, I wanted to point out that we are recommending the high scenario as the scenario to go forward with respect to long-term land use planning and growth management within the city of Kawartha Lakes. We feel this forecast, while it is ambitious, it does appropriately consider the long-term potential for the city within the broader context of economic growth within the province and the broader regional economy. So the next slide focuses on the housing forecast that's related to that high scenario. So this is a summary of the annual forecast in 5-year increments, looking out from 2021 to 51, and then looking backward from 2001 to 2021. And you can see we are anticipating significant growth in terms of housing for the city over the next 30-year period. We're projecting an annual average of about 720 households, which is an increase of about 2.5 times what we've been achieving in terms of annual housing growth over the last 20-year period. With respect to how this compares to the pledge for housing, we would note that the pledge for the next 10 years is around 8,300 units. Our forecast is below that by probably around about 1,000 units below that target. But I would note that that pledge would also consider additional housing that would be required to accommodate existing shortfalls in the city's current housing inventory related to things like rental housing or affordable housing that wouldn't be related to population growth. So if you were to add those additional shortfalls to the housing forecast, I would suggest that we are meeting that pledge over the next 10 years. And as I've noted, this is a significant amount of growth that we're planning for over the long-term period. You'll also notice that the mix of housing by structure type is also shifting. So you can see the dark blue, that represents low-density housing. The orange represents medium-density housing, and the light blue represents high-density housing. And we are expecting to see a gradual shift towards more medium and high-density housing over the long term. And that's really a function of demographics. We've got more young people and an aging population within the city of Kawartha Lakes, which is putting pressure on a greater variety of housing from a demographic perspective. But we also have continued pressure on affordability, which is putting more demand onto other forms of housing other than just traditional single and semi-detached housing development. So overall, we're planning for an increase of about 21,600 units over that 30-year projection period. Next slide. This next slide provides a summary of the employment scenarios. So corresponding with the population scenarios, we provided 3 scenarios for employment. You'll notice here that the high scenario, which again is the scenario that we're recommending, it's not as much of an increase relative to the medium scenario under the growth plan. Part of this increase is related to the additional population, which is creating a demand for more population-related employment, like retail, schools, and other personal service uses. But just because we're identifying more population doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see more export-based type development or industrial development within Kawartha Lakes. We are identifying a high employment rate of growth at 1.9%. We do think there's limits to how fast the city's economic base and employment base can grow in the face of labor shortages and competition from the surrounding regional market area. So we have suggested capping that employment forecast, or I guess not increasing that forecast to the same extent as what you've seen in previously in the population scenarios. I would suggest that just to be clear, that these forecasts are not meant to be caps. They're not meant to be assigning limits to growth, but rather really a guideline for growth for the purposes of long-term planning and servicing and growth management over the long term. So there's nothing necessarily preventing the city to achieve even a higher rate of growth than what we're planning for. But ultimately, what we're trying to lay out here is what we think a likely scenario to plan for would be over the long-term period. So now I'm going to switch gears into the urban land needs assessment findings. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that ultimately we provided 3 options for growth. And when we're looking at these options, we're looking at 2 primary targets that are laid out in the provincial policy framework. One reflects or relates to the overall density for greenfield development. So in greenfield areas, the province has essentially derived this metric that we use, which is the amount of people and jobs per hectare on a gross basis. And ultimately, the target for Kawartha Lakes that we're identifying is a range between 40 and 45 people and jobs per hectare. Now, we would note that when it comes to this target, the province has generally set the bar fairly low, in our opinion, with respect to greenfield density. And we do feel that ultimately a higher target of 45 is achievable over the long term, given some of these changes that I mentioned in terms of shifting housing preferences towards more medium and high density development, and also more dense forms of low density development and medium density development that we'd expect to see in greenfield areas. So the ultimate recommendation was 45 people and jobs per hectare. Now, when it comes to intensification, this is the percentage of growth that's identified to the built-up areas of the 4 settlement areas that we're focusing on in the urban system within Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fleming Falls, and Omemee. Now, unlike the density targets, we feel the bar was set pretty high with respect to intensification. Our firm's done a number of the comprehensive review studies for the outer ring municipalities, and we've noted that most of these municipalities have had a tough time achieving a higher rate of intensification. One, because it's a ratio, and when your greenfield areas are growing fast, it's hard to keep up or have a higher rate of growth in the built-up area. But also within your settlement areas, you tend to have a weaker market relative to the larger urban centers in the GTA. And there tends to not be that supporting infrastructure related to transit, and particularly higher order transit, to accommodate a higher rate of intensification. So we are recommending a lower target of 20% intensification under the option 3 scenario. And that was presented back to the task force back in the winter of 2023. So with that information, on the next slide, we've provided a summary of the urban land requirements for each of the urban areas, the urban settlement areas. So starting with Lindsay, when it comes to residential or community area land needs, we've identified an overall surplus of 330 hectares. And I'm going to explain a little more about that surplus with Lindsay later on in the presentation. But generally, what this means is that we have more than enough land to accommodate all of the identified supply, more than enough land to accommodate all the growth that we've identified in Lindsay. When we factor in all the supply that's available within the designated greenfield area, including the approved MZOs. So when we include those MZOs, we have more than enough land. In contrast, when we look at Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon, we had relatively small deficits of urban land requirements. So in Fenelon Falls, we have a deficit of about 38 hectares. That's about 94 acres. In Bobcaygeon, we have a deficit of about 23 hectares. That's about 57 acres. So in those two municipalities, we will require an urban boundary expansion to accommodate the additional growth in those two settlement areas. And that work is underway at this time. We'll be presenting that and reporting back to council throughout the summer and the fall on those findings. And then lastly, Omimi has a small surplus as well of about 50 hectares of land. So moving forward, I wanted to spend a bit of time just talking about the Lindsay growth analysis. As part of this work, we have looked at all of the urban settlement areas, but as you know, a significant amount of growth has been identified for Lindsay, and we have a significant amount of supply that we are working with, given the amount of supply that's currently available in active applications, as well as greenfield lands that are currently vacant, and then the MZOs. So when we look at active applications, we have about 4,650 units that are potentially available in the greenfield areas of Lindsay. When we look at vacant areas that are designated within the Lindsay urban area, we have a total of about 1,510 potential housing units. And then with the two MZOs, we have over 8,300 units identified with FLADO, and about 2,250 units identified through the Bromont MZO. So in total, that gives us about 16,750 potential units to work with in the greenfield areas outside of the intensification areas. So outside of that red line, which is the built-up area. Now, we only have an overall demand of about, under the high scenario, about 12,600 households. So that generates a surplus of 4,160 units. So that surplus is another way of looking at that land surplus. So we have a housing surplus of 4,160 units, and that ultimately equates to a land surplus of about 330 hectares. So on the next slide, I also wanted to point out the phasing for growth and the ultimate trajectory for growth over the long term in Lindsay. And so with the amount of land that's being identified in the supply base, we're planning for all that land within the framework of this GMS. But we've identified that not all that growth will likely be fully built out, or not all those lands will likely be fully built out by 2051. And so additional development is anticipated to occur beyond 2051 to reach the full build out of the entire inventory of that supply that I just identified on the previous slide. So by 2051, we're just over 80% of the way there. in Lindsay with respect to population and housing, but ultimately we won't be fully built out until several years beyond that 51 period based on our high trajectory. On the next slide, I wanted to just also point out that we have prepared a phasing strategy for the Lindsay settlement area, because there's so much growth being identified potentially for Lindsay, and there's so much land supply to work with. There's a need to look at the logical phasing or sequencing of residential development in that settlement area. So we've looked at that, considering a number of key principles that are summarized here on the left, and those are achieving complete communities, supporting new development adjacent to existing built-up areas of Lindsay, optimizing existing infrastructure, supporting the introduction of transportation links, and prolonging agricultural uses as long as feasible. So with those principles, then looking at the logical phasing and sequencing of urban development in the greenfield area and the expansion areas, we've identified the 2024 to 31 period to be where the majority of active development applications would be developed. These would be lands that are municipally serviced or services being planned in the near future. These are areas that are located adjacent to the existing built-up area or the intensification areas of the settlement area. Over the 2031 to 41 period, we would start to see more of the inactive designated residential land starting to develop, as well as certain approved MZO lands that are within the existing urban boundary and adjacent to the built-up area. And then by 2041, to the ultimate build-out, we would see the remaining of the approved MZO lands located outside of urban settlement areas, the urban settlement area be ultimately built. So that's the broad sort of approach to phasing, and more details will be provided on that in the final or in the draft report. So moving on now to the employment land needs. Just briefly, we've identified that by 2051, we'd likely have enough land for employment areas within the city of Porto Lakes and specifically within Lindsay. But because we're identifying so much additional residential growth, we think there's a need to try to balance that residential growth with additional employment land development to accommodate and to try to promote more complete communities within, or a more complete community, I should say, within Lindsay. We've identified ultimately a need of just over 40 hectares of additional employment area land within the settlement area of Lindsay over the long term. And again, more details will be provided with respect to the specific location options for those proposed expansions. No expansions to the employment areas have been identified for Fleming Falls, Bobcaygeon, or Omemee. So to wrap this up in terms of conclusions and ultimately next steps, starting with conclusions. So as I mentioned, we do have a surplus of community area land. Again, this is residential and mixed use areas within Lindsay. We have a significant supply of land, and we don't need additional lands beyond what's been identified through what's designated and what's been approved through the MZOs to accommodate that high scenario. Again, in contrast, we have identified some minor deficits within Fleming Falls and Bobcaygeon. So we have a need for an additional 38 hectares in Fleming Falls and 23 hectares of additional land in Bobcaygeon. And again, that will require an urban expansion in those two areas. And then lastly, we've identified a small deficit for employment area land in the settlement area of Lindsay of just over 40 hectares. And then to wrap it up in terms of our next steps. So ultimately, the key final pieces of work to be completed are the finalization of the build-out and phasing analysis for the DGA lands in Lindsay, location options based on a series of criteria and principles are being finalized for Bobcaygeon and Fleming Falls, working with our colleagues at Dillon Consulting. We're also finalizing a review of employment area conversions, so a number of employment area sites that are being proposed to be converted to a non-employment use. That work is all currently underway and expected to be finalized in June. We're then planning to meet with the technical advisory team and the task force in June, and then release a memo of key findings following that meeting in June. And then from there, we'll be finalizing our strategic recommendations. So these will be specific policy recommendations that will help form a basis or a foundation to the official plan. They'll be specifically related to planning and growth management recommendations. And that will ultimately be the summary that will be provided also in a final memo that's planned to be released to publicly I think we had noted I'm trying to look there, September of 2024. Thank you, Sheila. Also, some additional reporting and consultation will be a final meeting with the task force in August, and then we'll be finalizing our draft report in September, and then planning to get back to council in October of 2024 with our final results to then wrap up the study in the fall of this year. I know there's a lot there. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to turn it back to council for questions.
Thank you. I see I have a couple of questions here. Councillor Warren?
For you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. So just to be clear, you talked about the settlement boundary expansion in Fenland Falls and Bobcaygeon, and then you were giving some dates. When do you see that happening? Will there be a report on that in September? Is that the date you were talking about?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will be providing a memo in June on the key findings of that analysis with respect to the specific location options for urban expansion in those two communities. We'll then be providing a detailed report on that through our draft analysis on the GMS in the fall of this year. So we're planning to provide summary findings in June, and then ultimately then that would be followed up with more specific, more fulsome report in the fall of this year, and then back to council in October. Now, I just do want to point out that this will be a foundational piece to the official plan. So this will lay out specific direction in terms of the quantum of land, the location of land, and the criteria that has been established to come to those conclusions. Ultimately, a amendment to the city's official plan will be required to bring those lands into the urban area, and that would follow the completion of the GMS through an official plan amendment that would and that process needs to ultimately be determined at a later date.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you, Mr. Cook, for the presentation. My questions are going to focus on population growth. Do you know what the current number of people per household is for Kawartha Lakes on average? The average?
I have to check. It's my colleague Shailen may be able to pull that up for us. It's I think it's around somewhere just below 3 people per unit, or in that range, but I'd have to double check.
Interesting. Thank you for that. I was wondering myself.
Double check? But
yeah.
Sorry, it's about 2.3.
2.3. Okay.
Okay.
It's a little lower than I thought.
Interesting. I think the Ontario average is 2.4, 2.5, something like that. So because of the cost of housing, we're seeing more and more multi-generations in one home, in one household. I know smaller, higher density, smaller units would avoid that, but have you included projections such as that I think that's the path we're going down, where it's 2.3 today, but a few years down the road, it could be 2.7, 2.8, or 3 average per household?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a really good question. So definitely we have looked in detail at those demographic trends and socioeconomic trends that are influencing PPUs. So there's a lot of different things that are happening when it comes to PPUs. Traditionally, we've seen PPUs are declining over the long term in Ontario, and they've been declining because of the aging of the population and the downward pressure that an older population puts on the average number of persons per household. So this is a trend in Kawartha Lakes as well. Your population is aging. You have a significant number of a bulge of population in the baby boom category, or generation that's ultimately aging, and many of them are aging in place within Kawartha that are ultimately generating that downward pressure on PPUs. And then there's these other factors that you mentioned, like we have more demand for multi-generational living, which is putting upward pressure on PPUs. But then we have other pressures that continue to put more downward pressure on PPUs, like the higher propensity for more non-census families. So we're seeing more lone or single person households and more non-census families, which is also putting downward pressure on the PPU. So the growth has accelerated. We're seeing more demand for families, and that multi-generational component is part of that. That is putting upward pressure on the PPU, but relative to what we've been experiencing in the past, it's still not enough to likely generate an increase in the PPUs over time. We're still expected to experience a declining PPU, but just not quite as much as we would have experienced or expected to experience in the 2011 GMS.
Okay, thank you. And PPU is, I'm going to guess here, people per unit?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. The growth population, that's your analysis. It's not trying to match what the Ontario government's projecting.
That's correct. This is our analysis of what we think the high scenario upward potential is for the city of Kawartha Lakes.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's a good presentation. Just a comment on your page 7 and 21. Lots of great detail, but very difficult to read as a PowerPoint. If you can either get that to us in advance, or I don't know, blow up the screen somehow, would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will do that.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. First, I just want to, this is great news, and it must be great news for Director Barry, who I'm going to make a point, seeing this come along, is not working 5 days a week, 8 hours a day at all. And she must be sitting there thinking this is really awesome that it's all coming together. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Richardson, because this document, I've had at least 3 times, and I think it's more like 4 or 5, where she has called or found me to say, are you hearing anything from the developers? Are, asking for feedback from council that has gone into this. I think it's important the public knows that it isn't just something the consultants draft. So I feel like I've been part of it through the people in the committee, and that's been very helpful. My question is, I have 2 questions. The first is that I just don't want the public to be alarmed when they saw the 8,340 units for Flato. I want to make sure I'm correct to Director Barry that we only have 113 draft plan approved units currently for Flato, roughly. Is that not correct? Just to differentiate for the public that we're not, because often things spin kind of funny over my phone. But on that note, I do have a question that for the CAO, our housing pledge was 6,500, but in this presentation it's referred to as 8,500. So I just was looking for.
Yeah, can we do that after?
Oh, sure.
Can we stick with questions to the presenter right now, please?
Maybe it's to him then. That question, sorry. Jamie. So our housing pledge is listed as 6,500, but in your presentation it mentioned 8,500. I was just curious where that differentiate is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a good question, and maybe that I'll have to double check. Maybe I pulled the wrong stat for your pledge. If that's the case, we are going to be a little higher than that pledge number. I had my note 8,300. And I can double check that, but according to our high scenario, we are coming in around 7,400 over the next 10 years.
Okay, thanks. And then the second question, real quick, the proposed PPS came out around the same time as the new building code. That's Ontario Building Code that has about 1,700 amendments in it. It'll be done by January. So do they dovetail, or is that just a coincidence that we're seeing a draft PPS at the same time as a draft Ontario Building Code, or is there some conversation there for us to learn?
Now, is this a question to me, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
thanks.
That's a good. I actually don't know the answer to that and how that dovetails to the building code. I don't know if there's someone at the city who may have an answer to that, but I actually don't know how they've coordinated with that document.
Fine. The fact so it doesn't impact this presentation. That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Thank you. We're happy with the numbers being over because it means we'll tap into the Build Homes Faster Fund. So that's okay. Councillor Yeo, did you have a...
Yeah, I had, I guess, some questions. So we're just wrapping up, or we're on our way to wrapping up this growth management study, which is going to form some basis for our update to the official plan. That's what I heard, correct? Anybody?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so in that is the updates to the expansions of our hamlets, villages, where Fleming Falls, Bob Cajun, namely. And we just finished a 12-year project on that in our secondary plans. So there shouldn't be a lot of homework to do on that end. But when are we going to start? I guess the question out of all this is, when are we going to start the official plan and the secondary plan updates? Is it going to be started before this council okays this growth strategy, or are we going to start in concurrence with it, or is there any ideas, or is there any advice as to when we should start it?
I think he's asking if do you have any advice for us?
Well, I think through Mr. Mayor, I would like to defer that question to Ms. Barry. I think she would likely be more equipped to answer that in terms of the proposed schedule that's preliminary being looked at, if I could do that.
Director?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the councillor may have preferred our consultant's answer over mine, but I'll take a crack at it anyway. Yeah, I mean, the sooner the better. It's a project that's been discussed and sort of alluded to and certainly within the planning division spoken about for the last number of years. Council will remember in previous budget cycles, there are a number of foundational studies and reports that have been budgeted, some completed, some will move forward, at least at a discussion level through upcoming budget negotiations. But the official plan is a little hamstrung in terms of its progression, the review, the update, in part based on us getting through our appeals of the city's official plan, which I am pleased to remind council that all of the appeals to the parent official plan have now been resolved. We are still finishing off some pieces on a couple of the secondary plan appeals and aggregate policy appeals, so really in the home stretch of that process. And that will end the appeals proceedings and really open the door with this GMS being one of the key foundational pieces, as we've heard, to inform the OP review and update. So we have recently had our new manager of planning join the team. We are building up our policy shop, all these resources to be focused into the OP review and update. Certainly discussions starting towards the end of the year. No sooner will we look to council to endorse the GMS, but also have that be the kickoff for the next project, which is rounding out the Municipal Comprehensive Review, the MCR, with this official plan review and update. Thanks.
So out of all of that, and thank you, so it's still not quite done with the appeals and stuff. And so that's why I tend to giggle a bit when they say a 5-year review of your official plan, because it's been 12 years since we started that. So out of all that, I'm glad we're taking, and I know we're doing all the studies and we're getting the growth management study and all that done. But we seriously got to look at our lingo when we tell people we look at it in 5 years' time and all that stuff. And I understand that we have no control over the appeals, so maybe the whole system needs to be looked at the provincial level as well. But I can rest assured, in my own mind, in my opinion, that I won't have to deal with the official plan in my political career, because I will be retiring in 2 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Not thank you that you're retiring. We'll miss you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you too, Mr. Cook. Just a couple of things. When I wrote down your presentation, I believe it was 21,000 housing pledge. Was that correct over 30 years? And then you said that the population would be 75,000. I believe that would be, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the Lindsay population on its own, projected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the forecast for housing over the 21 to 2051 period was 21,600. That's the overall housing forecast. The population forecast citywide is 49,000 total people, permanent residents. Now, I do want to point out that back to the comment on the average persons per unit, because that persons per unit is still declining slightly over the long-term period, you don't get quite as much of a population or the PPU ends up being lower relative to the overall unit potential because of that decline of population that we see over time in the existing neighborhoods of the city. But those are the two stats that you should be looking at: are 49,000 population, 21,600 for employment, for housing.
Okay, 49,000. Sorry, I'm not 100% on this. You said 49,000 population of Lindsay, or because right now City Kawartha Lakes,
that's
80,000.
That's City of Kawartha Lakes, 49,000. City of Kawartha Lakes, and for housing, City of Kawartha Lakes, 21,600.
What he means, Councillor, is they're going to add 21,600 houses and 49,000 people to the total population.
Okay, I was just looking for totals. Okay, so you're adding 40, we'll say 50,000.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the increment.
And you mentioned about aging population, but I don't think I've heard anything about the immigration coming in, and we have a tremendous amount of immigration, which is great. And we're sitting beside the fastest growing region in Ontario, Durham region. Did you factor that into the equation, Durham region spill-off effects, positive spin-off effects that we have with Durham region? And I just have one more question.
Yes, through Mr. Mayor. Yes, we definitely did. We've taken a very comprehensive look at this. We've looked at population trends provincially, regionally, and then locally within the city. And we've looked at where the potential growth is coming from with respect to migration. Most of that migration is what we call intra-provincial migration, which is just another fancier word of saying migration from other parts of the province. And a lot of that, as you pointed out, is coming from places like Durham region, that outward growth pressure that we continue to see. So we have looked at that, and we have factored that into our analysis. That is putting some upward pressure on or mitigating, having a bit of a mitigating impact on the aging of the population. But at the end of the day, the population is still aging because there's such an extensive population of that baby boom cohort that are aging through the age cycle, so to speak, within the City of Kawartha Lakes. So that's putting downward pressure on. It puts a bit of downward pressure on the rate of natural population growth, and it's putting it's adding to the growth rate of the 65 plus age group. So that 65 plus age group, typically what we're finding is that it's, even with all of this additional immigration that we're experiencing, the 65 plus age group is still typically growing at a rate of about double the overall average for the city. And I'd have to double check that statistic, but that's typically what we're finding throughout most areas of the Greater Golden Horseshoe, even with this higher rate of growth.
Thank you. Just one more question, please. Councillor Yeo mentioned about settlement areas, and give an example, Omimi and Woodville, where what was used, it's a term I really don't like the term, but it's called land swapping. And we got into land swapping where we take areas of settlement areas of smaller communities and put it to larger communities. Like, what are your opinions on that? Because this has triggered a lot of appeals, which has hung things up, which has really prolonged development in a lot of the smaller communities, like Woodville and Omimi, just as examples. So swapping land within a municipality, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I probably don't want to get into too much detail on that, given some of the sensitivities that may be out there, but I would say broadly that we haven't not looked at any land swapping when we're looking at additional urban requirements in Fleming Falls and Bob Cajun, we have not suggested any land swapping with lands that are currently designated for urban use within those communities. We have identified some potential employment areas to be converted to non-employment uses in Lindsay. But that would be the extent of any changes to designations. I would say, trying to be somewhat high level about this, not really knowing all the details of where some of these land swapping instances are occurring, that I would be cautious, because swapping lands in one rural settlement area to another may not be that you have the same market characteristics and ultimately even land use characteristics that would support a one-for-one swap from one settlement area to another. So I would be cautious to do that. I think there's other things you could maybe do to look at. One thing that we would typically want to do is make sure that if there's a problem with the supply within a particular area because there's constraints to servicing or physical constraints, to identify those constraints, but not rush to swap lands. There's nothing preventing us from removing lands from the supply inventory to say that these lands are going to be challenged to develop and have not been included, because we don't want to overstate the supply and understate the need for additional lands. But I would be hesitant to jump to a situation where we would swap lands unless we had really strong planning rationale to do that. And this, as part of this study, we have not come to that conclusion.
Thanks. And you had mentioned about, I'll give you an example where some developers were frustrated, like, for example, Bromont Homes, where they wanted to build, for example, a Walmart on the south side of Lindsay, but they found that it was more economically feasible to convert that to residential. And that's what we're seeing sometimes, that it's frustrating for the developers when they want to build something, but they get delayed. But anyways, thanks for your answers. Appreciate it.
Councillor Perry.
Welcome.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just very briefly, thanks again for the presentation, Jamie. And I know you're in an interesting field right now in terms of growth and being up to date and moving targets, to say the least. You've spoken a lot today about land and land use and also around housing. And I'm just wondering if you could speak briefly to what I find comes up every conversation about growth is infrastructure. And any factor, I'm especially interested in any factoring or consideration that's been done to keeping up wastewater treatment infrastructure with these proposed growth targets. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I can't really speak to specifics on the infrastructure work that's being undertaken. I can say at a high level, we are working very closely with the city and their public services and engineering department to ultimately coordinate our efforts with respect to the city's water and wastewater master plan that's currently being undertaken. But for further details, I would defer to the city and the director of public services for that answer.
You can do that offline. Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Thank you very much for your presentation today, Jamie. I have a question about, we talk about all these people and that, but I haven't heard anybody talk about, do you look at schools, hospitals, and all the other services we need? Do you get involved with that in your report? And if so, what can we see that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a really good question. So as part of this work, we are laying out sort of the broad framework. So this is going to be the foundational document to help guide further work in other studies that would relate to things like additional need for schools and hospitals, for example. So as part of the analysis, we've laid out a forecast for population growth and population-related employment, and then ultimately lands to accommodate community area urban land development. And so within those community areas, we've identified that there's lands that need to be set aside at a high level to accommodate non-residential uses like schools, hospitals, retail, commercial, mixed-use developments. It's typically a ratio of almost 50%. I think we're using what we call a net to gross ratio of around 55%, which means that about 45% of the lands that are identified for urban development in those community areas are set aside for those non-residential uses that I pointed to. From there, we would get into more specific studies with respect to secondary plans. There'll also be other studies that would be done following this work on things like long-term school accommodation plans. Our firm does that type of work, where we would look at the need for new schools and expansions to for new or existing school facilities. We don't get into identifying needs for uses like hospitals, but we would have like again, as I've noted, we've laid out the broad urban structure or the land supply, ultimately the need for urban land to accommodate those uses. So this document is really going to lay out the foundational sort of framework for several studies to follow from here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Are we finished with questions? I provide maybe just a quick wrap up being on the council on this particular file. It's been really interesting going through the process just because, you know, you're talking about putting the appropriate growth throughout the municipality, and you're looking at the build outs and the expansion areas, you're looking at managing those impending new growths, the employment areas, the water and wastewater. So it's a ever evolving a document. And I think, you know, hats off to the consultants too, because we've been faced with a lot of bill changes and with the new PPS and now the bill 105, not 105, 185, I think, right? The cutting red ribbon or whatever you want to say for bill, red tape, there's it there. So it's been a challenge even for the consultants and just looking how much, you know, growth is coming to our area. And I think today's conversation around the table has really added some great value and some good questions for us to go to the next phase when we have to make those decisions on, you know, who's in, who's out, what are we going to be doing. So I really appreciate the conversation today and thank you for the presentation.
Was there a receive in there for the presentation? Thank you. Can I have a seconder to that receive? Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much for coming today and thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we come back at 3:30? Okay? Let's call the meeting back to order. So item 9 is Committee of the Whole. 9.1 is correspondence regarding Committee of the Whole recommendations. Seeing none. Is that correct?
No.
Sorry, there's 9.1.1, which is a letter of correspondence from Maureen Adamson, President of Fleming College, regarding programming at the Frost campus of Fleming College be received. I have a mover and seconder. I know you did. Can I have a mover and seconder? Thank you. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo. Councillor Warren, you extracted it.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to it because we did have the deputation from the students, and reading this, you know, there really isn't a lot of background. And to think that ecosystems management, field skills is such, and fish and wildlife, like those are courses that are probably unique. There aren't a lot of courses like that offered probably in Ontario or Canada. We were the #1 environmental college. So yes, we're going to receive it, but I just wanted to comment that this is really, there isn't a lot of data here and background. They're blanket statements, and I know we have no power over dealing with this, but I wanted to just say that. Thank you. I'll move it to receive.
Thank you, and you're correct. We have, it isn't in our bailiwick. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just one thing, because it was the letter itself being extracted. I just wanted to point out in the letter, it mentions that there are plans to extend applied research at the Frost campus. But the applied research projects are completed, I did check, and they are completed by support staff and faculty only. So just for interest's sake, they don't attract students to the campus and they don't add to the learning for any students. So just a clarification, because that was in the letter and it was extracted.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder to receive the letter. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on, we need to do, hang on, I'll get there. That all the proposed resolutions shown in Section 9.3 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except 939, 9310, and I think that's it. Councillor Joyce?
It was my understanding 938 was extracted on my behalf.
No, I canceled it. Or did you want it extracted?
Deputy Clerk?
No, this one?
The mandatory connect bylaw, did you want it extracted?
Well, maybe I misunderstood. I have a motion here that I was going to do upon extraction.
Okay, so 938 will include 938, 939, 9310. Save and accept. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Smeaton, Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. So, okay, go ahead with your 938.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to accept it as printed, but have a motion if I can have a seconder on this.
What's the motion?
The motion is that staff be directed to review the bylaw 2014-255, being the mandatory connect bylaw for the city of Kawartha Lakes and report back to council by the August council meeting 2024 regarding building requirements for properties that are subject to the bylaw 2014-255 but not connected to municipal services.
Seconder is Councillor Smead. Let's find out if August is a good time. Director Robinson,
Thank you, Mr.
are you clear on the motion?
Not entirely, no. I understand there's a desire to review the bylaw for billing. I don't know what that exactly entails.
All right, let's try Ms. Bokaboom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor's query, Q3 is quite satisfactory. That work has already commenced, and that will allow us time to work with planning and legal to review that bylaw and return back to you in Q3.
So Q3 is August.
Yes, I've already talked to staff about this.
Okay, so that's fine then. Councillor Yeo?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And that's fine, I'll support that motion. But I have a question maybe to the mover or to anybody. Have we done anything for Mr. Troy Karkulis about his issue, about having to go down a long laneway and under a road, where in the past we have given people a pass on the same issue, especially in, I know in Norland, because they had to go under a provincial highway to hook up and stuff. So is anything being done about his situation besides asking for a report?
Councillor Joyce?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Yeo. Troy Karkulis is in my ward. I've been talking to him extensively, and I definitely plan to, if I have the support of council, to do something there for him and everybody else in my ward that have the mandatory connect. But I need the staff report first as, you know, a first step towards this.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I can make a friendly amendment and that any action towards Mr. Karkulis be held in abeyance until such report comes back. So they're not hounding and chasing him or charging him.
Is that a
I didn't hear that correctly. Could you repeat that, please?
Just ask for a friendly, that no action be taken against Mr. Karkulis while we're waiting for the report to come back.
Seconder, okay with that? All right. Anything else? All in favor? And that's passed. I need a motion to, do I need a motion to receive 939? Yeah. Can I get a motion to receive it as well? Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? That's passed. Okay, 9310 is the deputation from Emily Wakeham and Suzanne Muser. Councillor McDonald, I believe you have that extracted, and so does Councillor Warren. So I'll go to you first, Councillor Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yes, through you, I also have 9.39, but we can do that next after if you want.
All right, let's do 939 first.
Thank you, sorry.
It's a long day.
As everybody is aware that we had the deputation of Michelle Finley with the water issue that she had, 76,000 gallons of water. To the months of November to January, the meter was changed in February, and the meter was checked and so on, but I've added some more information to staff. I gave it to Linda Reddy today, but I'd like to make a motion that we accept, we go back and pay, stay within our policy, follow our policy rules, and pay for the $1,299 over, because there was really nothing that, she had 3 different plumbers in there. And it was right when the meter was closed, and then there's other information that I just handed in today. So if send it back to staff for another report, come back to us to see what we can do to help her out.
So your motion is that you get a report back from staff on the overage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Perry, did you want to speak to it?
I think I've said enough right there. That should speak so. Yep.
Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it?
Oh, I think it speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? When do you want that report back? Third quarter?
Third quarter would be fine.
Thank you. Moving on, we'll now do 9-3-10. Councillor McDonald, Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. Well, like I said, we've heard deputations from students, a business owner today. There's no doubt that this affects this community in a big way, and it's a trickle effect in many ways, from people that rent houses to people who work in restaurants and so on. This is bigger than us and so on, but I think the triple effect is really something that we need to support the students and everyone going forward. So I have a recommendation to support this resolution. If I could have a second, I'll read it. Okay. Thank you.
Use your buttons. Oh, you're looking for seconder? Councillor Warren.
Okay, I recommend that the City of Kawartha Lakes encourages both provincial and federal governments to invest in and provide support legislation that promotes colleges, and specifically Fleming College, Frost Campus, with the stability and resources to support, to maintain, and expand on local academic programming and community workforce development, and that this resolution be forwarded to, and I mentioned a lot of them, the Provincial Ministry of Colleges and Universities, Provincial Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Provincial Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, Provincial Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Provincial Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and Provincial Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs, the Federal Minister of Immigration, MP Jamie Smale, and MPP Laurie Scott. That's my recommendation.
Did you wish to speak to it some more?
You know what, with everybody that spoke about that, I think everybody in this room knows what's going on and know how it's going to affect the city of Kawartha Lakes, and I think it speaks for itself, and it's very important that we support the college, the students, and everybody involved.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, could you just give me the first part? Who is it actually going to?
You want me to read it again?
Just the first part.
That the City of Kawartha Lakes encourages both the provincial and federal governments to invest in and provide support legislation that promotes colleges, specifically Fleming College, Frost Campus. Okay.
Go. All in favor? And that passes. That finishes item 9, Committee of the Whole. What? Need a motion that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of May 7th, 2024 be received and adopted. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. Now we'll move on to planning minutes. There's no extractions from planning, so The minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee meeting of May 8th, 2024 be received, and the recommendations included in section 10.3 of the agenda be adopted. Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson, all in favor, and that's done. Councillor Richardson, or hang on. Deputy Mayor McDonald, do you have the consent matter?
Yes, I do. Through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Richardson, that all the proposed resolutions in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in order that they appear on the agenda sequentially numbered, save and except for, you ready? 11.1.1, 11.1.2, 11.1.3, 11.1.4, 11.1.5, 11.1.6, 11.1.7, yeah, 11.1.
I don't have them all extracted.
Well, that's what I got here.
No, you have to stick with the check.
The only ones I have extracted are 11.13, 11.14,
Okay.
11.18, 11.19, and 11.10, and 11.11.
Okay. Pretty close. And 11.22, you said?
No, that is already extracted.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, has everybody got that?
11.11 you extract.
So you want to try that again?
Okay. Okay, I'll do that one more time. You just read them all, but anyway, save and accept 11.13, 11.14, 11.18, 11.19, and 11.110, and 11.111.
You have a mover and seconder, all in favor? And that's passed. First item is 11.13, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just and through you, just on page 143 of the PDF there, just the amounts are missing. Usually they're there for like the quote amounts, bidding amounts are usually published after opening. Public Works, right? I'm looking at the wrong person. Sorry. Wrong. Engineering. Just curious why those amounts are missing. Usually they're published after they're opened, they're published.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah. This is a public tender through purchasing. I'm surprised. I have to open it up to see what amount you're referring to, so just give me a second.
Open electronically on April 4th, 2024 with the following results, but the results aren't there.
Yeah, they should be published there.
Correct.
They are published on bids and tenders. I'm not sure why they're not published on the report.
If you could send that to us after tomorrow sometime, it'd be great, just to catch up.
Yeah, that again is published by our purchasing department. The division department, there's a blackout period. We're not involved in opening tenders. It's published, it's a public process. It is published on bids and tenders, and it's populated by our purchasing department. So sorry.
Thank you, Director Rojas. Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was actually a high score request for quotation, so we are not available to disclose those amounts in public.
Well, that's interesting. It's the first time I've seen this. So can you explain the high score procedure then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when we go out for tender, that's a much more streamlined process. A tender allows you, everybody can see the bids at that point, and we would just come to you with the lowest bid. When we go for a high score proponent, we're looking for quality as well as cost efficiency. And due to the nature of the quality, we cannot disclose those prices in open tender.
And this explains everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move the?
Sorry, yeah, I'll move as printed. Thank you.
So 1113, the motion is as printed. Seconder, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. 1114 is Cedar Glen Road culvert replacement. Councillor Ashmore, you requested that that be put on the big screen. I'm not sure why, but go ahead.
Laser show. Just the cheaper you can get it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the reason I extracted this is because we're talking about approving $600,000 culvert. Now, the main thing, one of the owners, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Harold Bartlett is here today in the audience, and him and his wife and his daughter own the property right next to it on Cedar Glen Road. And the issue that we have here is that there wasn't any public consultation of this proposed culvert, which is proposed to be a prefabricated concrete culvert replacing a steel culvert that's there. And it's backing up an illegal dam that's been approved for how many years. It should never have been put there in the first place. That's another issue that should have been dealt with, but it's not, and it's exacerbating the situation. We have multiple drainage issues further up north. If we could just scroll down, please, into the picture. If you see up here, north, we have multiple drainage issues north of that square. I keep my hands steady. That's where the issue is. And before we put a new culvert in, which is functioning right now, we should be addressing the drainage issues. There's multiple cross culverts that go north of that location. There's ditching that needs to be done. So we spend $600,000 and we're not solving the problem here. And not to mention the road, that section of road between County Road 24 and Highway 36, it is in very poor condition. People are wondering, why are we spending money on this when we should be fixing the road? However, we need to fix the drainage first on the side. And I was just wondering if we could waive the procedural bylaw that Mr. Bartlett could speak. Okay, well, I'll speak on his behalf then. So basically, I would propose that we have a site visit with engineering in the next, whenever staff can make it out there, because this is really critical that we have this, that engineering, we show, the landowners show the history of this and the issues that they've been faced with flooding and drainage, lack of drainage and ditching on the west side of Cedar Glen Road. So until this is solved, then we can't invest $600,000, just about $600,000 in a concrete culvert, replacing a culvert that's still working. Sure, it may need to be replaced in a few years, but we have to solve the other problems first, so maybe we'll let Director speak to it if he'd like to, but I would like to have a site visit with the owners there, please, if we could.
And have you discussed this with engineering previously, or is this the first time they're hearing about it?
This is the first time I've seen it, so I mean, I couldn't get a hold of engineering, so I mean, I tried to get a site visit with Mr. Farquhar, but I mean, he's busy doing other things, but I think this first came out on the agenda. I wasn't, none of the neighbors, none of the landowners, myself wasn't made abreast of this, that this was coming to council, so I just found out, I saw it on the agenda, let the people know, and they were quite taken surprised by this, so that there wasn't any public consultation. It's not just Mr. Bartlett and his family, but there's other people that live on that road that would like to have some input before we put this culvert there, which is not going to solve the problem. So we need to solve.
Well, let's hear from engineering. I haven't seen you with an iron ring on your finger yet, so. Director Rojas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think there are two potential issues here. One is the overall drainage of the contributing territories to the Dunsford Creek, which is not being addressed in this report. And the other one is the actual structure itself. So the structure of the large culvert that the Cedar Glen Road crosses over Dunsford Creek by this culvert. And as council is aware, every 2 years, we're mandated by the province to do structural inspection of all our culverts and bridges. This was identified through that inspection to have structural concerns. So yes, there might be other drainage issues, potentially. There might be other tributaries in that area that drain into this culvert. The focus of this report is to replace the asset, the large culvert, in order that, such that it doesn't compromise the structural integrity of the culvert and the road. So we are replacing, and that's the sole purpose of this. There might be other dams, beaver dams, other obstructions upstream and downstream, separate issue. Regardless of those, we still need to replace the culvert from a structural perspective, and then potentially deal with the other drainage concerns in the watershed. Typically, these type of rehab projects, where they're like for like, they're pre-approved through the environmental municipal class EA and don't require public consultation.
And this culvert was in the 2024 budget deliberations? It came forward as a project?
Correct. I believe it was in the 2023 capital budget. So if you scroll up one page, since we have it up there, it's the second paragraph under the background, right there. So it starts with the structure was identified for replacement through the inspection. Again, very brief and concise. We do a handful, we do two or three of these a year that have been identified through the large culvert bridge inspection projects program.
Thank you. And you're not adverse to having one of your engineers meet with Councillor Ashmore and the residents out there to look at other drainage issues?
Correct. So again, there's drainage issues throughout the city of Kawartha Lakes.
Yes, there are.
So it's not uncommon for drainage issues residents to have drainage issues that are adjacent or near a natural water course.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rojas, are we making it a bigger culvert?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we're proposing a different type of culvert. It still has the capacity. So for a natural water course, there has to be a freeboard. So you can't just size the culvert to take that specific flow of water. You do the 100-year event or the floodplain event, plus a freeboard, plus other criteria if it's navigable. There's a whole regulation process around it. We are proposing a different type of culvert, but with equivalent or more capacity of the existing.
So, Councillor Ashmore, I think this project has to go ahead, and then your other drainage issues, the engineering department will meet with you and whatever residents you want out there and look at the other drainage issues. But this is a replacement of something that has been identified as being a concern for failing. And as the director said, we're obliged to inspect our bridges and culverts every 2 years, and it was marked as one that required replacement.
Okay, thanks. Would there be a time frame through you to the director that I can meet with engineering?
I'm sure if you talk to him after at the break or after the meeting, I'm sure he'll tell you how to arrange that.
And also Conservation Authority, there's an illegal dam that's been allowed there, and I'm just wondering, is a Conservation Authority going to be looking into this?
Let's get engineering out there first, and then we can talk about the Conservation Authority. I don't want to commit for them. So do you want to move this recommendation based on the information you received?
I'd like to, but I'm not going to move it because I think that it's we should have an actual site visit there. That's my opinion, so I'll stick to it.
Thank you. Anybody else want to move this recommendation? This is maintenance. Councillor Yo, Councillor Richardson, want to speak to it? No? You want to speak to it?
Maybe just quickly, I had one of these issues in my ward last year, and it was mandated that it had to be brought up to date because of the environmental protections. So I do recognize that we do have certain culverts and whatnot that do have to come into compliance based on those conditions. So we need to move forward because the funding's there, so let's get it done. And then the rest of the issues can be spoken to with the councillor and the neighborhood.
Thank you. Got a mover and seconder, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next extraction is 1118, renewal of Ontario Green Screen Partnership. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just had a question on. By the way, I'm moving it as printed. I just had a question if we've had any film production in our region due to this partnership, and if so, in the economic development lens on how much did it, how many films, an estimate how much was spent locally. I've been in touch, but they haven't been able to get the answer to me, so I'll just follow up after the meeting.
Okay. So we have a mover. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Next item is 1119. Councillor Warren, recommendation for road improvement and potential assumption. Colbicon concession 10.
Through you, I'll move the recommendation, but I do have some questions. Thank you.
I see Ms. Carlson is on the line.
Okay. Thank you. I've never read anything quite like this. So we're doing all this work, but we're not assuming it. Why are we doing all the work? I didn't quite understand.
Actually, we're not doing any work. It's actually the owner of the property who wants to have access that is doing the work.
I'm sorry, through you, I misunderstood. It sounded like we were doing some work to help with the severance, but we're not assuming it. Okay, it was hard to follow, but that's okay. I'll move the recommendation.
I have a seconder for that. Councillor Hill. All in favor? And that's passed. 11110. Is this Councillor Warren or Councillor Perry? No, it's Councillor Perry. Okay. So through the state's drainage, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is simply moving for this to be put over to next month. I want to thank Director Rojas for his rapid approach to this under the circumstances, a bit of hurry up and wait here. The report did come out on Wednesday. It contains 3 options, which in fairness really should have more consideration. I'd like more time to be able to consult with the property owners, with residents, and would be able to do that by next council. So my motion is that this simply be deferred.
Sorry, a seconder. Councillor Warren. Councillor Joyce, you want to speak to it?
I just had one question for Director of Engineering. Just curious how much this What? Oh, I can't?
You can't.
Oh, okay.
You can ask your question next month.
Just in summary, if it helps, I did consult with Director Rojas as well in terms of it being fine to be put over.
Okay, so it's a deferral. All in favor? And that passed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Last but not least, we have 11-1-11 interim asset management plan. Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you. Me too. This great, very interesting report, but this is the part that is scary, and if I don't know who to ask to expand upon this, but you look at the forecasts of our life cycle expenditure forecast for 2025, fire and fleet, paramedics. What page is this? Airport sites. It's massive expenditures. Are we able to, I mean, is that what we're heading towards, or can we smooth out the peaks and valleys here?
Manager Found is on the line.
Yes, thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sometimes these capital forecasts can seem daunting, but rest assured that we are doing our best to smooth out the peaks and valleys, as you mentioned, and to ensure that we're able to do that in an affordable way. So I think what I might suggest is, because this is just an interim step, that maybe we could wait until we come forward with a long-term financial plan that is designed to integrate the asset management plan into our overall plans, and to see how things shake out at that point.
In other words, you're going to wave your magic wand and make it work for us.
Yeah, something like that.
Very good. Thank you.
But thank you for that.
At least he didn't give you the one-handed the one-handed economist view.
Yeah.
So you want to move the recommendation? Yes, I'll move it. I just wanted to highlight that because it's scary numbers we're looking at for 2025, and are keeping our assets healthy and up
Ms.
to date.
Bokaboom, did you want to say anything about that, or you're okay?
Sorry, wrong button. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In finance, we work very closely with Dr. Found in asset management. So what you're seeing is the legislated obligation to show those requirements. We'll be coming forward to you June 4th with a little bit of a window on the next 3 years, and how we'll work together or bring you strategies to mitigate some of those high versus low extremities. And we're trying to find a way to streamline, flatline using the asset management reserve versus the taxes. So I think this is step one, is to identify the resources and the need. Step two is we're working to soften or how to streamline the financing for this list, as well as expansionary, as well as the other core baseline assets.
Thank you.
So we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. Did you wish to speak to it? Did you? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Now we move on to 11.2, items extracted from consent. And the first item, Councillor Richardson has it, as does Councillor Warren, is the Rural Zoning Bylaw Consolidation Report. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. At this time, I know we've gone through a ton of public consultation. Actually, it's been 6 years worth and 24 formal events. So that's 9 public open house, 2 workshops for waterfront and agricultural focused, plus 7 task force meetings, 1 technical advisory committee. So, and we've updated all the matrices as we've gone through there. So the task force for this rural zoning bylaw intention was to create the new zoning bylaw to manage land use and future development. The task force has endorsed this project and this report, and I am the member on that, and I'm standing behind that endorsement. And I do want to move it as printed today, but I do also want to recognize that there's been a lot of conversation today, again, and I'm more than willing to, go through some of those questions right now and hash it out so that we can move this report forward.
Thank you. Ms. Director Barry, did you want to update council and his WSP on the line to address mostly, I think, the questions surround maybe changes that have been made and some of the questions that were brought up today?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity. It'll be the first opportunity for me to address this council with respect to the project. So I do have a few comments, but perhaps given you've sort of framed your ask or your question in terms of responding to some of the submissions made, yes, WSP is on the line. John DeRoras is the team lead, the project manager for the project, and he's been following along closely. He has some comments that he'd like to share with respect to how those submissions have been addressed. And then perhaps if there's a few extra minutes at the end, I might wrap up with some additional comments.
Please go ahead.
With that, then, I will welcome John to the screen, please, and thank you.
Jonathan, welcome.
Good day, Mayor. Thanks, Director Barry, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. It's been a long time, I think, since I've been in council chambers remotely speaking to you all. So I hope that lots to cover today on the agenda. There's quite a few hot potatoes, if you will. So here today we are hopefully moving forward with the rural zoning bylaw. It's been a long time coming, this project, as Councillor Richardson accurately and succinctly described all of the consultation efforts that have been undertaken, the meetings, the task force endorsement, and the numerous conversations with concerned residents, a handful of consultants representing residents or landowners in the municipality. You name it, we discussed it. And throughout the project, we documented those conversations as best as we could in a series of comment matrices. The report that went forward to the April 10th PAC meeting had the bulk of them, if you will. With this report in front of you today, touching on comments that were received, but basically between PAC and at the time of submitting this particular staff report. So there are a few in there, and as a result of those discussions and comments received, a handful of changes were made, which are kind of summarized in the staff report. So we refined some definitions, largely with some guidance from our friends in economic development. We looked at permitting additional uses as of right within the agricultural zones. Exception zone numbering errors were identified in a few instances by landowners or consultants. We rectified those. I'd like to give a special thank you and shout out to Mr. Tony Usher, who is representing Longford Reserve. Him and I have had many conversations, exchanged many emails with the goal of getting an exception zone that I guess works for them, meets their interest, and can accommodate what they the uniqueness, if you will, of that geographical area. We've also undertaken a few refinements to language and corrections to spelling, and then corrections to schedules and zone labels have also been made, were identified. So and I guess specifically with regard to the corrections to the schedules and zone labels, there were, through a handful of reviews of the schedules, there were labels that were, for lack of a better term, floating and maybe not assigned to a particular parcel. So we rectified those and ensured that the proper zoning or label was applied and directed to the property. So I tuned in earlier this afternoon, and thanks to the folks that spoke, the deputations. With regards to Mr. Carroll's comments on, I guess for clarification, there were two properties along Kirkfield or in Kirkfield, one east and one west of Kirkfield Drive, that he submitted comments in writing on. Him and I had exchanged many emails, many emails. We had a good couple hours that we talked about the bylaw last year as well. And for the most part, we through the review and the last couple weeks of the project, we were able to accommodate one of his Hamlet residential requests, if you will. This would be on the parcel that's east in Kirkfield, and it was, as he described, incorrectly zoned community use or community facility. So the HR zone was applied. It's shown in the schedule. The one to the west, I understand he was looking for an HR1 zone plus a holding provision. I reviewed earlier correspondence that he sent, a couple letters that I believe staff would have received as well, pertaining to that particular property, and I was missing the holding symbol. I did not see that in his earlier requests. But if that, so I just wanted to note that one. And with regards to the wetland and agriculture discussion, you'll see in the staff report that we acknowledge the deputations made at the April 10th public meeting, as well as CLIAC meeting summaries were shared with us. And I would really like to, if I've said this before, you've heard it before, but the direction we've taken for the environmental protection zone is directly from the official plan. The official plan in the environmental protection designation very clearly permits agricultural uses, save and except for structures and buildings. That was explicitly written into the rural zoning bylaw. And the EP designation in the OP mirrors that of the EP zone in the bylaw. There were no refinements made to its delineation. There was no additional wetland mapping work undertaken. We used existing data and what we could obtain from our partners in the conservation authorities. But to map out wetlands, and it is quite a monumental undertaking, and it can be very costly and can be very time consuming. We understand the concerns that have been raised at CLIAC and by the delegations. And however, the purpose of this project, or one of the key purposes, the key focuses, is to bring this into conformity with the official plan, and specifically with regards to the EP zone. There's wetlands, there's provincially significant wetlands, there's many that are unmapped, and we took the approach of simply implementing the very explicit direction of the official plan in this case. For again, I've heard regarding the rural versus agricultural zoning, or the prime ag versus the rural official plan designations. So the official plan, as described in the staff report, while the official plan, through the definition of prime agricultural area, does couple, if you will, the prime agricultural lands with the rural lands. So that's 1 to 3 lands and 4 to 7 lands for the rural designation into a prime agricultural area. So we took the approach of one agricultural zone for the entire municipality. And I would also like to note that there is language in section 16.3 of the official plan that suggests that an outright permission of certain uses in the rural designation, I think there's room there to consider that there's the term used, could. The word could is used, and it says these uses could include uses that produce value-added agricultural products from the farm operation. It's important to note that use of the word could, because it frames uses as being potential rather than as of right. So with potential uses, the city staff may wish to undertake additional studies, whether it's an agricultural impact assessment to assess the long-term impacts of removing a defined area of agricultural land, how that's going to be decommissioned, how is it going to be restored to initial conditions. I think that having the extra added layer of requiring some uses to go through either an OPA and ZBA or simply a ZBA or even site plan to really do that due diligence and have the opportunity to review technical requirements, request technical studies, I think is important. Again, I understand and reviewed the concerns that were submitted, if you will, on that particular issue, the prime agricultural versus the rural designations. The recommendation as written on the staff report should there be anything coming out of this meeting, whether it's a council decision direction to include one extra use as permitted, refine a schedule or something. The language is written such that it's the rural zoning bylaw substantially in the form attached as Appendix B to the report be approved for adoption. So there is a fine area where there may be some latitude to incorporate something that is discussed or unpacked at today's meeting. So with that, I can return it to Director Barry or receive any questions on the rural zoning bylaw as presented today.
Thank you. Ms. Barry?
All right, thank you for that, John. That's appreciate the summary. Thank you. I have no doubt we'll have maybe at least one question. I didn't have the pleasure of participating in this project from its inception when the project team was pulled together 6 years ago, probably more than that. But I have been following its progress throughout and have had many conversations with many participants. It has been a Herculean effort, and that's probably an understatement, by many people over a good many years. It's the first of its kind for the city. For that reason alone, I think it's something to celebrate because of how far we've come with it. I really do want to thank everybody that's been involved with the project. That doesn't just include the residents, although we'll start with those, the participants from the community, city staff, including former staff, our former director of development services who diligently coordinated and advised on this project. The stakeholders, the agencies, the task force, certainly Councillor Richardson's role with that group, the numerous committees of council who have participated. We have heard in particular from ADAC and from EAC, the Planning Advisory Committee and this council, present, council past, that was in place when the project started, have all had a hand in getting us to this point. I think we should be very proud of how the program has rolled out. Critically important exercise to complete, to move us forward with a consistent set of provisions across the rural areas to get people developing more efficiently with fewer variances in front of the Committee of Adjustment. The intention certainly for fewer amendments, certain types of amendments in front of PAC and Council ultimately, things that can balance the development that the bylaw will help achieve with more consistent environmental protections where they need to be. The most practical and effective way to get us moving forward is to have the bylaw in place. Let's get the bylaw in place. We need to work with it. We need to have the opportunity to apply its provisions and to assess its permissions and how that's laid out, to test where and how it works well, perhaps less well, to monitor that, and then work through the appropriate changes through the next iteration of the bylaw. It's a conventional practice. It's an approach that's taken in large, in mid-size, in smaller communities. It is a best practice. It's also a good way to do business and be responsive to the community and to follow the changes in policy, which we are no strangers to and that we are hearing a lot about lately, especially. What we're seeing, what we're hearing from the deputants is that at times planning is really unpopular. And with that work comes some unpopular recommendations. It's based on our requirements to balance often competing land uses and look through all the lenses all the time. It's exhausting, but it's fun. It's great, and it gets us to where we are right now. Let's keep the process moving by accepting the staff recommendation, by accepting the position of the task force, by PAC's recommendation to adopt the new bylaw, and certainly to whatever extent I can contribute some clarity around implementation, transition, or just answer some questions. I'm here for it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Could you just add one thing? Could you just go over how this bylaw could be changed? Once it's adopted, what is the process for changing it?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, once it's adopted and in force, we have a series of options in front of us. We would be looking at, after about a year of operating with the bylaw, seeing where there's a need for some housekeeping, I'll say tweaks, some administrative changes, some pieces that perhaps were overlooked or recognized through its administration that would need some adjusting. Those types of things could be done at any time, but we would think about a year would give us a good time period to practice and apply with it. There is an opportunity to next look at particular policy amendments to the official plan. We have heard a number of comments about some of the ag-related, ag support, on-farm diversified type uses, perhaps some refinement as it relates to natural heritage features, the environmental protection piece. Those can be reviewed as policy-specific amendments to the current official plan. We get those amendments in place, and we follow up, perhaps even at the same time, we could do amendments to the rural zoning bylaw as companions to those official plan amendments. And then finally, I would think that the third option would be working through the last part of the municipal comprehensive review, that being the official plan review and update, which we'll try to convince Councillor Yeo to stay around for. So that would be, again, a large undertaking. We're looking forward to it. But following that, we would absolutely be required to update the rural zoning bylaw to implement all the changes in that new OP.
You're good? Okay. We have a few questions. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that, Leah and John. Yes, mapping can be expensive and time-consuming, but sometimes very important. And Leah hit on. We could have I'm asking what is the avenue or route to protect wetlands. So you said possibly go through an official plan amendment and then look at the zoning. Is that the route, or do we have to wait for the overall update of the official plan to make changes in wetlands? Because I believe with all the changes with the provincial policy statement that we as a municipality can make those changes, because natural heritage has been taken away from conservation authorities. So it's in our wheelhouse. Maybe you could just say what the fastest route is to protect wetlands, especially in these days where we have climate change and other environmental degradation happening.
Mr. Mayor, through you, thank you for the question, Councillor Warren. I'll just maybe open with this comment. The zoning bylaw has a strict environmental protection zone. There are other zones for open space, for example, that go beyond the fine-tuned environmental protection zone that is identical to the official plan. So by no means are wetlands in areas not being protected. There is a definite layer of protections built into the EP zone that Mr. Jorores spoke to in his statements. The quickest way, and quick or otherwise, the right way and the appropriate way is to change the official plan. So doing an amendment to the plan sets the policy basis, and good policy drives good law. The zoning bylaw is the law. It's applicable law, and it needs the informing piece, the official plan, to set it right.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I've got one question. I'll mention it right at the end here. But I just wanted to say, and actually Director Barry sent a lot of what I was going to say, that, you know, it's 6 years, 9 public meetings, consultation after 24 engagements. Is it perfect? No. But is it 98, 99% there? Yes. And as Director Barry said, we find some housekeeping errors. I remember reading a lawsuit years ago, and there was a misplaced comma that changed the whole outcome of a lawsuit. So we can find these small missteps and fix them as we go down the road. So the time is to, and here's the thing, it's important for taxpayers. It's going to save taxpayers money and cut red tape by implementing this bylaw sooner rather than later. So it's time to get out of the starting blocks and let it go. My one question to Director Barry is you said planning was fun.
Yeah, I know.
Did I hear that right? Because you could, if anything, I want to thank Councillor Richardson for being, and all the staff on this task force. I'm so happy I wasn't on that task force. So thank you for all the work that you did to get us where we are now.
Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I actually take notes once in a while. Wow. The question, I guess, question to the mover. Have we moved this? Have you moved this to pass?
Not yet.
Okay, we haven't moved it yet. Okay, so I can't put my discontent or my support behind anything yet. In the state it is right now, I can't really support it. Simply because you talk about losing all the as of rights of a rural designation because of what I'm hearing is the word could. And I'll tell you what can happen, or I guess that's another term for could. What could happen also is by taking that away, you will significantly increase the instances where a major or a minor zoning or official plan change would be required. So that's going to happen. I think I think that's what John said. It can be solved through one of those zoning changes, which coincidentally, as of January 2024, the fees for those instances have gone from anywhere from 300 to 600% increase. So the zoning bylaw amendments went from $2,300 to $10,000. A minor official plan amendment went from $40,000 to $15,000. A major official plan amendment went from $6,000 to $30,000. So I just heard the councillor say, this is going to save the taxpayer money. So I have a hard time believing that, when what we're doing is increasing the possibilities of having to get one of these things, which we've just increased the fees of up to 600%. So that is my biggest concern, by basically just washing our hands of a rural designation that is in our official plan, which there's no date that our new official plan is. I heard now we're going to look at it in 1 to 2 years from now, we can tweak it and amend it, but we're going to look at a new one coming up years from now. And so we're just washing our hands of a rural designation. And it just, to me, we're taking that as of rights, which could, it's a new word of the day, could be applicable in those situations. So it's a big change on the definition of one word that I'm not really happy with. And the other thing I'm not happy with is I've talked to staff about this project years ago and was always under the impression that some of these changes that could be done sometimes at a director's discretion, or you know what, we can do that when we do the rural zoning bylaw. And that's where Doug Carroll's issues falls right in here, was something we talked about in the past that could be done, and then all of a sudden it can't be done when the rubber hit the road. And so if there's one amendment I would see to getting this thing passed, in my mind, and this is only my opinion, it would be allowing Mr. Carroll's holding symbol hamlet designations that he's asking for. And John said something about he didn't see the H symbol request in there or something, but I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He can answer that. And doing something that's going to allow more of these as of right things into the from the rural designation, or breaking down what can be done as of right in these soils from class 4 to 7, which and to some people it's a big deal. So those are if anybody wants to speak to what I said, I don't know if I had any questions in there or just concerns they wanted to speak to, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I can start, Director Barry, if that's okay. Thanks, Councilor Yeo, for your comments. I guess first off, on the permitted uses in the agricultural zone, there's actually a pretty permissive list of uses in the ag zone in the bylaw. There's compared to what the official plan permits in the rural designation. There's still quite a lot there. Potentially, we didn't permit a resort as of right, or a something a little bit more intense in use as of right, but generally because those applications should be subject to further technical analysis or technical review. So I would say that the rural uses are the agricultural zones and agricultural related zones are fairly permissive. I will say they're more permissive than they were last year, maybe, I guess, considering it's almost June. So we've made some, if you will, say improvements there in that regard. So there's that to consider. Regarding Mr. Carroll's site-specific rezoning requests. So in the past, site-specific requests to rezone a specific property have, in my mind, there should be some sort of check and balance for a request. If it's a new use that is not currently considered in the zone, that may trigger or should be subject to some sort of technical analysis, whether it be a transportation impact study, whether it be an EIS or an AIA, agricultural impact assessment. Those are not something that we would want to just consider and roll in as part of the project. Site-specific requests that may be like housekeeping, if you will, like a mapping error, recognizing an existing use that has been there for years that through history has been deemed legal non-conforming, but is fine, for lack of a better term. Something that's consistent with the official plan designation, something that's very low touch, if you will, so not requiring further technical analysis. Site-specific requests have been considered. The staff report does use the term generally, so the word generally, if you will, not to get hung up on semantics, but there are instances where site-specific rezonings have been entertained because they're low touch. They are conform generally with the official plan. However, some of them just simply don't. And that's because somebody may be looking to redefine a zone boundary. We've indicated that that's not part of the scope of the project, whether it's to shrink, pardon me, an EP zone on someone's lands. Again, not necessarily part of the project. So there have been instances where they've been considered, but there should be a line drawn between what is technical and what is low touch. I know Mr. Carroll earlier said that technical reviews, that agencies are reviewing the rural zoning bylaw. The review that a technical agency is going to take or has taken, in my experience, for a document like this versus a site-specific rezoning request, the review is going to be a little bit different and not necessarily to the same fine grain of detail that one would generally undertake should it be a site-specific rezoning. So I think there are a few variables there that should be kept in mind when evaluating requests for site-specific rezonings. And with that, I'll hand it over to Director Berry.
To just add maybe another comment, and that's specific to the section in the zoning bylaw that contains the ag zone permitted uses as of right. I'll just sort of underscore Mr. Dororis's points. The sort of buckets, if you will, or categories within the agriculture zone, there are three of them. There's the agriculture related, and the agriculture consolidation. And the tables are designed to, by checkmark, indicate in which bucket or in which type of agricultural area the uses are permitted as of right. And it goes through agriculture and ag related through to the residential, through to the on-farm diversified, through to specified accessory uses. And the list is lengthy in terms of what it contains. There have been changes that we have seen from the previous version, again, about a year ago, in terms of adding additional as-of-right uses to better align with the rural designation. Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, very quickly, to Director Berry, I understand all of the official plan being the land management use policy, and that's a great place for us to be entering in a lot of these concerns. And the wetland one is one that I share with you, whether expensive or not. It's something that, when the time comes, would be something important. But my question to you is the H. I'm still just a little bit want to make sure. Could I hear your answer to the H symbol piece of Councillor Yost? That's the only amendment that I also felt a little shaky on when I heard Jonathan. It almost sounded like, I'm not, my words didn't catch off guard at all, but there was a bit of a comment in there. I'm still not hearing sureness about that little piece. So I just wondered, are you sure? Like, is that something that sounds fair to you, the amendment Councillor Yost presenting, or could you defend it the other way for me?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I certainly understand Councillor Yo's position, and I don't want to put words into our planner's mouth. So let's just give him a minute to clarify his earlier comment, and then if need be, I'll just add my 2 cents onto that.
That's great, for sure.
Thanks, Director Berry. Through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, so the holding symbol is something that we can incorporate, and I know earlier it was said that it was missed. I would like to note that it was not described in the in the letters that were submitted by Doug Carroll. Please note that there were numerous letters submitted, and looking at some of them actually right now, the holding symbol is not necessarily described. So to include the holding symbol to the subject property that he's referring to, I believe is something that falls within the scope, if you will, of the recommendation stating substantially in accordance with. And I mean, that's justified, I think, defensible. The H is not adding any permissions to develop land. It's just there to hold and entertain future applications and future technical studies. So to confirm, yes, the HR1 zone has been applied, however, not the holding symbol. So the holding symbol can be applied to as per Mr. Carroll's request.
Thank you, Jonathan. And if I can just ask, if a holding was to be applied, my only suggestion is that council be given the direction in terms of what's required to remove the holding, if that's explicit in the zoning bylaw. Jonathan, if you're able to speak to that.
It's not, through the mayor to Director Barry, it's not, removal of the holding symbol, I guess, in this particular instance, is not explicit in the bylaw. However, criteria can be incorporated.
That being the case, I would agree that that's within scope, and we would not see an issue with including a holding symbol on the lot.
Councillor, you're fine. Councillor Ashman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if the mover would be.
There's no motion yet. So
Okay, well.
when there's a motion, you.
Okay, I'll wait till that.
Councillor Richardson, did you want to make a motion or you have a question?
Well,
I could read a motion if you would like.
well, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to read a motion, you go right ahead.
Sure. Oh, sorry about that. It would be as printed. So,
Well, basically,
but I think I'm going to weigh in on this. I haven't said anything about this rural zoning bylaw. We talk about it being 4.5 years, but I think Ms. Barry's right, it's closer to 6 years. We became an amalgamated community in 2001, and next year, I think it's going to be 25 years, or in 2026, it's going to be 25 years. We have people, we have businesses, we have people coming in from the outside to do business who are faced with probably people giving them advice who aren't aware that what you can do in Pontypool, you can't necessarily do in Somerville County. We have residents who think they can do things on their property because their friend 2 counties over could do it, but they can't because we have these different bylaws. Is this bylaw perfect? No. Will it ever be perfect? Probably not. It's always going to need tweaking. It's always going to need to be looked at. It's always going to need to be updated. Because the one thing we know for certain, I mean, they talk about the only certainties are death and taxes. Well, to me, the only certainty is there will be change. And this is a change. I think we need to go forward with this just because we have invested so much in it that we need to put it in place and we need to test drive it and see where the flaws are and see where the weaknesses are and also to see where the strengths are and see what the good points are and how it's going to drive things forward and make us a more complete community. So I'm urging you to pass this today, and we will continue to work on making it the best bylaw that it can be. And I think you've heard that from the director, and I think you've heard it from the consultant. It's an imperfect type of activity, but we can make it better, and we'll all work together to do that. So, Councillor, if you want to make the motion, we'll look for a seconder.
Well, there you go. I will make the motion to move forward with this report today. If I can get a seconder, I will sum up.
Councillor Joyce. Councillor Yeo, you had, did you want to make an addition to the motion?
Yeah, before she sums up, for sure. Yeah, I'd like to make I guess offer friendly that Mr. Carroll be advised that his changes with the holding symbols will be included and will be forwarded to him through staff and to be included at a later date, I guess is the best way to put it.
Could you do that as a follow-up? You know, we'll do this, and we'll do a follow-up to that, or?
Or you could do an amendment and then go back to the main motion.
I think it should be before the motion, so it could be as amended.
If it's amended, you would do it and then the main motion.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Smeet?
Yes, and I understand and I appreciate the feedback from both the planner and the manager and or the director. And I realize the list has grown for what was allowed as of right in the prime agricultural area, and that's true. You can't argue that fact. But it has shrunk in the rural urban or the rural designation. So I'll take the good with the bad and take everybody at their word that this is going to be worked at and looked at and tweaked as it goes along. I do find it, I have trouble with it because I hope it doesn't create more work for planning, I guess is the way to put it, in amendments and official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments and stuff, because the cost of those things to the people applying for them has gone up substantially, as I stated. So understand. I wish I was going to pull a Dave Marsh, and I was going to bring in my original my original zoning bylaw I got 18 years ago, and when I got my seat of council, and they handed me the binder about that thick, and I took it down to the Dominican Republic with me, and I opened it up on the beach. And so it's been 18 years since we've worked on this, some of us, and the mayor can speak to that because I'm sure he has the same binder, collecting dust at home. Dave Marsh used to keep them underneath the desk right over there where Juan is, and he had a library, but I didn't, and so I will throw my support behind this with the understanding there's a promise to keep it as a living document, I guess would be the way to put it, and with that amendment for Mr. Carroll's properties. Thank you. That Mr. Carroll be advised through staff contact that his issue with the holding symbols and stuff will be addressed.
All in favor? Okay. So now we do the rural zoning bylaw as amended. Right? That's what you told me.
Well, Sarah just asked me, how will it be addressed? So will there be a change? Will there, we need more detail on how it's going to be addressed?
Staff is going to advise Mr. Carroll.
No, but I don't think. So through the mayor, I think what's being proposed is an actual amendment to the base zoning bylaw for one specific property. And it's to add the holding symbol on that property. Staff can clarify that, but that's what should be in the amendment, not consultation, not anything else. You're at the, no. So, yeah, and we can notify him, but essentially council's approving an amended zoning bylaw that has that one property exception. And that should be clear so that it goes forward in the zoning bylaw itself and subsequent steps.
That is the intent, yes. I just don't know how to say it.
So I would just recommend then that the motion be that, that the bylaw, the recommendation as put forward, and that the request for a holding symbol, we can insert the property information based on what's there, be applied as requested through the deputation.
Okay, let's get back to process here. You made the motion, Councillor Richardson. Did you want to speak any more to it?
Well, I think we've spoken to it quite fluidly, and I think that is a friendly ask on that part. And I think it's time that we do move forward. It's been a long time. We have to get the community starting working with this. We know that there's housekeeping amendments that are possible as we move through this. I think it's clear that we need to go forward, and I appreciate any support on this because I think it's going to help a lot of folks, including our staff.
Councillor Joyce, do you want to speak to it as seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I think everything's been said. It's, as you said, it's been 25 years since, or will soon be 25 years since amalgamation. Let's amalgamate the rural zoning bylaw as well. Thank you.
Councillor Perry, you have your light on.
Thank you very much, Mayor, rather. And briefly, I'm always a little hesitant of arguments that it's taken so long or time has been so invested in and of themselves. To me, it's about the merits. And this really began as a consolidation exercise, right? 14 bylaws being put together and consolidated, existing bylaws being consolidated. And as we've heard around the table, there are benefits, there are merits to proceeding this way. Less variance applications, less amendments, those kinds of things. What have arisen as well are, not necessarily housekeeping, but there are some quote-unquote hot potatoes, right? There's as of rights issues that Councillor Yeo raised. Wetland versus agriculture, if we have to put it that way. Doesn't necessarily have to be in opposition. I myself would like to see if some of the processes can't be a little more democratized. But to me, I'd rather have those debates in and of themselves because they merit that import, either through the official plan or alternatively moving forward, rather than as kind of add-ons or thoughts here on a table, which is essentially 18 zoning bylaws being consolidated. So with that, I will support the motion.
Thank you. Did you want a recorded vote?
Yes, I would like a recorded vote. And thank you for the sum up, Councillor Perry.
There you go. You're welcome. Thanks for those notes earlier.
Madam Clerk.
Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ashmore.
Opposed.
Councillor Joyce.
In favor.
Councillor Perry.
In favor.
Councillor Smeaton.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Mayor Elmsley.
In favor.
So it's 8-1.
Motion passes 8-1. Thank you all very much. Moving on to high water bill relief, 5 Princess Street East, Penland Falls, 1122. Councillor Joyce, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And through you, I'd like to make a motion to rescind, if I can get a seconder on this motion. And I'll explain.
Do you want to make the motion as printed?
Motion to receive. No, we start off 3 separate motions.
I think there's 3 separate ones here.
One just receive.
So let's do, are you okay with 5 Princess Street East, Fenland Falls, correction of relief account be received?
Oh, okay. So the rescinding comes later. Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
you're
yes.
okay with that?
All right.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Richardson, all in favor? Okay, it's received. Now, we have that the resolution be rescinded, and we need 2/3 majority. I have a mover, Councillor Yeo, Councillor Joyce. Did you want to speak to it?
Well, I read the report and I think it makes sense, so I don't think there's much to speak to.
Okay. All in favor?
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to rescind this is I was actually surprised that Councillor Perry got all the votes that he did. So I'm going to speak more forcefully to this, that this making an exception in high water relief really opens the door. And I mean, they're already lined up. I think Manager Liotti can confirm this, that people are watching and will also want high water relief. So I'm okay with giving the homeowners a break on this, but I think it's quite apparent that they willingly watered their lawn. We know that staff has fully ascertained there's no problem with the No problem with the meter whatsoever. And the other thing is the high water bill, it's not just high water, it's high water and wastewater. So half of the bill, half of the $4,000 went on to their, and the other, I looked at the May, June last year, we had a very dry May, June. So if I had some new sod there, I get it. I'd be watering it too to save it. We got a lot of our rain in July. It was a kind of a reverse thing last spring in terms of
Councillor
rainfall.
Joyce, we already gave them relief. What we're trying to do here is correct a mathematical error.
Well, that's it. Oh, I want to pull the whole thing back.
Oh, I don't, well, you can propose that, but.
That's what I'm proposing. I want to rescind that's what I was reading here.
Okay.
That's my motion, is to rescind what we did before.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rescind that.
So, through the mayor, they have to run together. So if council's received it, the intent of staff was to bring forward simply a mathematical error or correction. You need to, in terms of process, agree with a 2/3 vote to rescind your previous, and then you also need to adopt, I would suggest at the same time, the mathematical error correction. So you're rescinding it because you're going to give them different relief. What you're proposing is essentially to rescind it. You need to then include your motion of what you want the new relief to be by rescinding. So you have to have them together. You can't have just one to rescind it and cancel council's direction. It has to have a rationale or a reason for it.
So I've been explaining my rationale and my reason, so I'll rescind and motion at the same time they get $1,500.
Point of order, it's my motion.
Yep.
Sorry, that's not the intent. My intent is to move as printed. I might need a new seconder by the sound of it.
Okay, well, let's see. Well, I think yeah. And Councillor Perry is going to second it. And so the resolution CR 2024-221 be rescinded, and that council approve high water bill relief for 5 Princess Street East, Fenelon Falls, in the amount of $3,590.87 as a one-time exemption for the property owners. Now, they're moving and seconding that. You will get to speak to it and say you don't agree, and then if that's defeated, you can put your motion forward. Okay? Because he made the motion first. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is vote on the rescinding and that council approve the high water bill relief for 5 Princess Street East, Fenelon Falls, in the amount of $3,590.87 as a one-time exemption for the property owners. And that's based on a mathematical error that occurred when we did it. All in favor? And that passes, so, you know, it had to be defeated for you to bring yours. It had to be less than 2/3. Okay? And that's done. Moving on to item 12, which is petitions. 12.1 is a request for a speed limit reduction on Fleetwood Road from Highway 35 to Ski Hill Road. Complete copy of the petition with 45 signatures is available for viewing at the clerk's office. Mr. Kevin Saunders, would somebody like to move that and refer it to staff? Councillor Richardson, want to speak to it?
Yes, if I could, if I can get a seconder. All right. Emmett?
Councillor Yo.
Councillor Yo, sorry. Yes, we did receive at council meeting on April 30th the bylaw that amended the bylaw 2005-328 to establish speed limits. This road was included. It was just the east portion that was included. So it was Highway 35 to St. Mary's. This petition is looking for speed control from Highway 35 to Ski Hill Road. That was one of my concerns when I did read the report initially, and I did speak to staff, and For us to move forward, we'd have to make sure that the second part of the road meets the proper criteria. And I would like to do this before the new speed signs are posted on that road. One of my major concerns for this road is it is the only throughway from 35 to Ski Hill Road. It's the only direct connection. And number two, the Buddhist temple has got their occupancy permit this year and will start their tourism component, which is going to increase a lot of traffic in that area. And that being the direct throughway, and I know under GPS everybody takes it, my concern is to be able to bring that speed limit down for the entire road instead of just half of the road at this time.
Seconder want to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay, so it's a receive and a referral to staff.
Yes.
All in favor? And that's passed. Our next item, is there a time frame on that?
Well, I'm thinking we've done the criteria on one side, and I want it before we post the new signs just for the one side, so I would like sooner than later just because of the temple starting to open soon.
Director, did you want, what's a reasonable time frame for you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you know when through the councillor, when is the temple scheduled to open?
It's open now.
So I would recommend July, because of the July council meeting.
July, okay with you?
That'll work. At least we're working on something. I appreciate that.
Okay. We good?
Yep, okay.
Okay. Moving on, item 13.1, memorandum regarding a garbage bin for Lindsay Downtown Business Improvement. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. The purpose of this is that the BIA, Lindsay Downtown BIA, picks up all the garbage downtown that people put on there in the green garbage bags, and Miller won't take them away. So presently what's happening right now is that we hire somebody, either take it to the dump, we pay, or we use somebody's private bin, and then he pays or she pays. So all this is that we found a spot. The Lindsay BIA would like to get their own bin. They'll pay for it, and they'll pay for it to remove it. We know where we're going to put it. I've had no complaints of where we're going to put it. All it is just I want to get the fee for the encroachment just waived. That's what it is. And the purpose of that is just so that we can keep our downtowns nice and clean, and we'll have a place to put it in a very timely manner and have it taken away. So that's basically what I'm asking for, just to waive the fee for the garbage bin to be put in there.
Sir, a seconder? Councillor Smeeden. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to bylaws. Councillor Smeeten, you have the bylaws?
I do. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I move that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.1 to and including 14.1.9, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached. And I have Councillor Ashmore as a seconder.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. We have bylaws extracted by consent, and the first one is a bylaw to provide for a minor improvement on drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Ready for this? Known as the short and two-way drain. A couple of people are excited about that. That bylaw 2024-101 being a bylaw to provide for minor improvement on drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes known as the short and two-way drain be read a third and final time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 14.2.2. Okay. The City of Kawartha Lakes Rural Zoning Bylaw be read a first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached as amended. Councillor Richardson, seconder, Councillor Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 16, closed session. I need a motion to adopt the closed session agenda. Mover, Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton. All those in favor? That's passed. Item 16.2, any disclosures of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Seeing none. If there are any, if any rise, advise the chair will deal with them accordingly. At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under Section 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other person can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder that council convene into closed session at 5:11 p.m. pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, namely item 16.3.1, 2, and including 16.3.9. Mover and seconder, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Yeo. All those in favor? And that's passed. At this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV, cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast on cable, and Rogers Ignite will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of the CAO, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting in the council chambers at this time. I'm holding. Okay, we're back, folks. Closed session. Madam Clerk, items from closed session.
Joe's ready to go? Matters from closed session, item 16.3.1, confidential closed session minutes. The confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of April 30th, 2024 were approved. Item 16.3.2, a motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Fenland Landfill Public Review Committee for a term ending December 31, 2026. Adam Geyer and Santosh Patel.
You have a motion? Councillor Perry, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed.
Item 16.3.3, a motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Lindsay Ops Landfill Public Review Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Taylor Blake, Lynn Craig, and Tanya Chenier.
Motion and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed.
Motion required. Item 16.3.4, that Anna Ratty be appointed to the Fountain Falls Power Links Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Motion, Councillor Perry, seconder, Councillor Warren. All in favor? There'll be good ice cream at that.
Item 16.3.5. A notice of application for approval to expropriate land was provided to council, and council provided instruction to staff. Item 16.3.6, staff provided historical background regarding the proposed disposition of Lot 37 on Plan 139. Council provided instruction to staff. Item 16.3.7, council provided direction regarding the acquisition of land along Coburn Street West, Lindsay. A motion is required. Oh. Okay. Item 16.3.9, a motion is required. The staff provided an update on OLT-23-00085-27 Stubb Road, Kings Bay Golf Club Limited, and council provided direction to staff.
You need a motion?
I don't think I need. No, I don't need a motion.
What do we need to do about the rescinding?
Just going to go back to 16.3.8, council provided direction to staff.
Done? Thank you. That was matters from closed session. Councillor Warren, you have the confirming bylaw. Can you use your microphone, please?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Perry, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yo, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Thank you all. I think we did a good job today, and we got a really good result. So, yeah, thanks very much.
Very good.